Okay, so let's start. So, good evening, everyone. Oh, wait, I'll just record it first. So, good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are in the world. I am pleased to welcome you all, participants and attendees, to the Phoenician Religion and Cult Across the Mediterranean workshop. This workshop is held prior to the publication of a special double issue of the same topic in the Journal of Eastern Mediterranean Archaeology and Heritage Studies, which is due for publication in early 2023. The purpose of this workshop is to allow the contributors to present their papers and hopefully raise a discussion that will ultimately improve the final publication. Unfortunately, not all of the contributors could join us here today, but I would like to extend my gratitude to the participants of the workshop, people who did manage to come and be here with us today. It's quite amazing how the Phoenicians, the people who were never united, are able thousands of years later to bring under one roof, a virtual roof on this occasion, but to bring together researchers from all over the world that are dealing with Phoenician material from across the Mediterranean basin and beyond, beyond natural or man-made borders. So thank you all for agreeing to participate in the publication and the workshop, and for being with us here today again. We do have a small lineup change. Professor Israel Finkelstein is unable to be with us here today. I believe he is stuck in an airport somewhere in Spain. So in his stead, I would like to now present Professor Asaf Yasser-Landau, the head of the Leon Recanati Institute for Maritime Studies and the deputy head of the newly founded School of Archaeology and Maritime Cultures at the University of Haifa. Professor Yasser-Landau is the co-director of the Tel Kabri excavations project. He's also the co-director of the excavations at Dor, both above and underwater. His research deals with the human-marine environment interactions along the southern Levantine coast throughout the ages. And Professor Landau, take it away.
Thank you very much, Meir. What a pleasure seeing so many eminent colleagues and friends in this Zoom meeting. I wish we can all be together by the coast of the Mediterranean that the Phoenicians loved so much, and hopefully soon we'll all be doing that. As you may know, I'm dealing with the distant cousins of the Phoenicians, or the ancestors, the Canaanites, so I can appreciate the love and the passion for those people that you.
Is Asaf stuck only? Asaf, are you with us? Oh boy.
Yes.
You're back.
Oh, so sorry. The moment I was speaking about connectivity, it's stuck. Okay, so let's talk about the disruption of communication. So I'll be brief. On behalf of Professor Finkelstein and I, and on behalf of the Rector of the University of Haifa, I welcome you to this fantastic workshop that hopefully will be able to be together, not only virtually, but also together in spirit. I extend my welcome and invitation for everybody to visit us at Haifa at the new School for Archaeology and Maritime Civilization. And now it has 2 departments, soon it will have 4 departments, and it's going to be something interesting for everybody to see. I would like to congratulate Dr. Meir Edrei, Professional Director of the Recanati Institute for Maritime Studies, for organizing this conference, Phoenician Religion and Cult Across the Mediterranean. This is a landmark in the study of the Phoenicians at the University of Haifa, which of course have huge history and a most pleasant one, and some of the great names of Phoenician archaeology, as Ayelet Gilboa with us today. Well, I'm also looking forward to the excavation, to the coming excavation of a Phoenician fort to be excavated by Meir Edrei and by Berbel Morstadt of the Ruhr University in Bochum to begin on Monday. And it is supposed to be a fantastic site full of wonders about the Phoenicians that are about to discover itself. And of course, I would like to thank Professor Ann Killebrew, my friend for many years, who is about to host the publication of this fantastic workshop. So thank you very much and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Asaf. Before we start, I'd just like to explain to our audience members how this workshop is going to work. Each presentation will have about 15 minutes. It will be about 15 minutes long. After each presentation, we'll have a few minutes for comments or questions, mainly from our panelists. If there are no questions or comments from the workshop members, we can also open the discussion to the rest of the participants. Please use your raise hand function so we can make you temporary participants. In any case, at the end of each session, we'll have time for a longer discussion during which you can address any of the lectures that will be presented in the session. I hope you will all find this workshop interesting and informative. And again, thank you all for your participation. Okay, and now I'll hand over the reins to our first chair, Professor Adi Ehrlich from the Department of Archaeology and Department of Art History at the University of Haifa. Professor Ehrlich is also the head of the Zinman Institute for Archaeology. She's a classical archaeologist dealing, among other things, with the core plastic studies, and is the director of the Bet She'arim excavation project. Professor Ehrlich, please.
Thank you very much. So hello, everybody, and thank you very much, Meir, for organizing this promising workshop. At first, when I saw the title of the workshop, Phoenician Religion and Cult Across the Mediterranean workshop, I was worried whether it would be a practice, you know. I was wondering, how can we burn incense, dedicate votives, let alone sacrifice my own children by Zoom? But luckily, as we shall see soon, this workshop is more about history, archaeology, and theories of religion and cult, and I'm very much looking forward to hear the lectures. And I'm very pleased to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Fabio Porcia. Is a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Religious Studies in the University of Zurich. He is an historian specializing in the religious history of the first millennium BCE of the Levant. His research argues for a shift in emphasis from religious differences based on presumed ethnic identities and postulated cultural borders to the overall similarity in the Levantine religious landscape. Dr. Fabio Porcia will give a talk on the pregnant woman and the bearded man terracotta figurines, a case of divine open relationship in the Persian period Levant, ? And Fabio, I'm really looking forward to your paper, so go ahead.
Thank you, Adi, for this presentation. I will just share my screen with all of you so that you... Okay, is it okay? Okay. So I will start with an apology because I calculated something about 20 minutes for my presentation. So I will try to go a bit faster maybe than what I previewed. And two things. The first one, to thank Meir and all the staff that organized this amazing workshop today. And the second thing is that although today I will present this paper, I should state and emphasize that the research behind it is made not only by me, but also by Ida Ojano from the National Research Council in Italy, who is the co-director of the Kharayeb Archaeological Project in Lebanon. So,
Fabio, just a second. You can have your, let's I think, because we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So.
Thanks. And so the paper after will be co-signed by the both of us. So it's just for today that I'm alone. So as Adi just said, the topic of today is to reassess a few ideas concerning this kind of figurines from a double perspective, an archaeological one, of course, and an historian of religion perspective as well. We will try to integrate the both approaches. So as for the presentation agenda, it's a quite normal one, and we will start with a very brief state of the art. So as you know, in Persian period assemblages, two types of figurines are quite recurrent in the Levant. What can be called on a pre-iconographical level, the pregnant woman and the bearded man. However, two different destinies in the academic research are existing for these two figurines, because the pregnant woman was and is still object of an extensive research, at least starting from Kalikan's article in 1969, the De Attilia Gravida. And we have, I will quote very soon, Barbara Bolognani, who has one article in press concerning, once again, this figurine. So a very extensive research. On the contrary, the bearded man received only little attention by scholars, and so we will try today to give him a bit more of attention than usual. Why this difference in the studies? Why the bearded man is a bit underestimated by scholars? Few reasons can be traced. The first one, of course, is the debate on the function. While the man was systematically interpreted as a divine figure, mostly as a kind of Baal, and I won't enter today the question of if it's a Baal or not, because that would be another talk completely. So while the man, however, was systematically interpreted as a divine figure, the pregnant woman was the object of a larger debate, whether she represented a goddess, and if yes, what kind of goddess and what goddess, or a common woman. The second reason might be the fortune of the figurine. While the man is attested in some important variants, some of them in Cyprus and other, the standing one, for instance, in the inner lands of southern Levant, the female figure has a much more variety of types and spread out in Cyprus, in the Occident, till Carthago, etc. Another element is the global rate of the findings in the Levant. We can state, but those numbers should be taken with a bit of suspect, 1 man for 2 pregnant women. So roughly 70 bearded men versus more than 140 pregnant women. As for the typology, as I just said, a very recent and forthcoming article by Barbara Bolognani goes back on the attempt of typology of the pregnant woman. Here you have just a few images that I took from Barbara Bolognani's work. And so there is a huge variety, well-known, well-studied, and still the studies are going on. If we go to the bearded man figurine, the typology is very limited up to now. It's part of what Ephraim Stern called the Eastern group of figurines, and Eric Goubel identified as Egyptianizing or Oriental subgroups. In general, our bearded man is described as a man wrapped in a cloak, sitting and clasping his long beard with one hand, while the other one rests on the knee. So, till now, two types are identified by scholars. What we call type 1 is the type with the Osirian or Atef crown, which is, however, sometimes misunderstood as simply conical tiara or pointed cap, according to us only because the mold was particularly ruined, but it was indeed systematically an Atef crown. This is the first type. And the second type, with the same position, the same gesture, the same clothing, except for the address, what we propose to call type 2. And the address changing is differently called cylindrical tiara or Kidaris type hat. Stern called it also Phoenician style hat, but we quite disagree, and we will say later on why. This kind has some interesting subtypes. This one is, for instance, from Kharayev, and it's a kind of variation of the same type. For instance, the tiara is covered with a veil, and the person is probably wearing a pectoral, and it has been interpreted as a priest by previous scholars. In any case, there are many variations on the same type. The first thing that should be considered is the presence of the Atef crown, and this was already studied by the first scholars who studied the image. We should remember that the Atef crown is a widespread element in Levantine iconography for gods and for kings as well. The stele with Shadrafa from Amrit is a very good example for gods wearing the Atef crown. The sculptures from Amman, and in particular from the citadel of Amman, are a bit problematic because scholars still discuss whether they represent kings, they represent divinized kings, or the god Milcom, which is the king god for par excellence. But in any case, it was a very widespread element in iconography. So, concerning our figurines, how previous scholars understood the Atef crown, Stern put forward the idea that there is no doubt that the figurines with the Osiris head do not represent Egyptian figure, and in particular Osiris. So he said it's a kind of Baal, and there is actually no connection with Egypt. Another, but this is even more problematic because it's very theologic interpretation proposed in '86 by Goubel, is that the Atef crown would give an idea of the Ectonian character of this god, and is so in the divine couple, so the pregnant woman bringing birth, so life, and the bearded man as Ectonian divinity. This was another attempt to understand the use of the Atef crown. Actually, and this is a bit the new thing that we would like to share with all of you today, is that actually Kharayev, the site of Kharayev next to Tyre, turns out to be the key site to understand the origin of such an iconography, because at Kharayev, not only type 1 with the Atef crown and 2 with the Kidaris are well attested, but also what we suggest to be type 0. And here you see a picture of this type 0 that, as you can easily see, is the typical iconography of Osiris, with false bird, arms crossed over the chest, and holding the traditional crook and flail. The iconography of Osiris standing or sitting is well known in small objects that circulated between Egypt and the Levant in Iron Age. And here you have some of the objects from Egypt. 21st, 22nd dynasty, and then, as you perfectly know, the findings in Israel from Ashkelon, Lachish. So, depending on these models that started to circulate apparently abundantly from the 7th century on, we suggest that the terracotta figurine found in Harayeb is a local creation repeating the same iconography of Osiris, because no terracotta figurine of this kind are elsewhere attested. Moreover, if you compare the complete exemplar of the type 0 with another exemplar of type 1, so with the Atef crown, always from Harayeb, here you have another picture coming from Harayeb, we could also propose that the same atelier produced both the types because they are quite similar. And type 0 helps to understand also the evolution from the type 1 to the type 2, not vice versa. So probably the production was at the beginning Osiris, and then they changed many things, but they kept the Atef crown, and then they moved on with the Kidaris. Just for information, type 0 is quite well attested at Harayeb with one entire exemplar, the one that you see, 2 broken items containing the upper part, and 2 clearly Osiris heads. So what did change from the type 0 to the type 1? First of all, the insertion of the bird and probably long hair as well, which is a typical high status marker in the Levant, because long birds and hair are well attested for gods and kings, as you perfectly know and as iconography always presents. For type 2, first of all, there is a thick mustache that seems to be a specific feature of type 2. Actually, few scholars pointed out that already the type with the Atef crown had very thick mustache, but when we inquired our materials, we could see that for the type 1, actually it was only the attachment line for the bird instead of real thick mustache. On the contrary, with the Kidaris tiara, it's very clearly, it's very clear that we are dealing with thick mustache. And the second element, of course, that changed is the headdress, so the Kidaris or Kidaris type. Just to remember, the Kidaris is the typical Persian headdress. For the king, in many cases, it was crenellated like a normal crown, but also the flat model was quite common. In the Achaemenid pictorial tradition, it should be remembered that the Kidaris is very widespread. Also, servants, women, and hybrid creatures wore it. But in the Levant, it is limited as a high society status symbol for kings and priests in particular. You can see the Kidaris, the flat one, as in our figurines on the stele of Yawamid from Byblos, the plaquette from Byblos, on coins from Sidon or from Samaria as well, and at Umelamed, a bit later, the stele of Balyaton, the Rav, whatever the Rav means in this context, but once again, a chief, someone in a very high position, and the same headdress. What is interesting is that in an article, Christoph Oehlinger saw and he argued that the Kidaris is as well attested in glyptic from the Persian period, with a nice collection from the southern Levant of seals representing the heroic encounter, the so-called scene of the heroic encounter, where the hero systematically were the Kidaris, both crenellated or not crenellated. So the Kidaris is always used for iconography for heroes or hybrid creatures, and we argue in our figurines also for gods. So just to have an overview, while type 0 was clearly copied from Egyptian material as a divine figure and a particular god, Osiris, type 1 keeps only the divine headdress, the Atef crown, while type 2 changed it with the Kidaris and could be completely superposed to royal iconography. In the three types, only the position is kept, the throne being understood as a divine attribute. And what is interesting is that actually the agency of craftsmen should be stressed, because with the artistic modification, they have marked a change in the representation of the divine in collective imagination and also probably in common taste. The only thing that is still quite enigmatic is the gesture of clasping or fondling the bird. Actually, there were few attempts of understanding it. Astrid Noon said it's an imitation of the gesture of the Horus baby. Goubel said it's a ritual gesture from Mesopotamia, but actually we still do not know what this gesture might mean. And since it was kept in all the type 1 and type 2 iconography, it must have been meaningful, although for us is meaningless. But we are still looking for some meaning. I will pass briefly to the diffusion and association of the two types. Here, I must thank once again Barbara Bolognani for the map that I uploaded and upgraded with our birded men types. And you can see that, okay, I will say just some conclusions from this. So the takeaway points. Only the site of Apollonia Arsus would not attest any pregnant woman, but only the two types of birded men. So only Apollonia. In all the other sites where the birded man is attested, the pregnant woman is attested as well. And as you can see, very often the two types of the birded men coexist. So I will skip now directly to some history of religion conclusion. What is a divine couple, actually? So is it a divine couple, the birded man and the pregnant woman? Already Goubel and Marco interpreted the two figurines as a divine couple, and we would like to follow them in this intuition, putting forward a few elements. So first of all, it is indeed a throne, where they sit, both of the figures, not simply a chair. And the enthroned position, although both have standing variants, which seem, especially for the birded man, a regional development, the enthroned position would be an attribute for a god. And the almost systematic association in archaeological assemblages is for us a key point for the interpretation of the both figurines. As for the divine couple, we should, however, stress that craftsmen produced separate autonomous figurines, the pregnant woman and the birded man. The divine couple was made by worshippers as a result of their collective actions. It is not a ready-made item produced by craftsmen, because a single figurine representing the couple is never attested. We have molds even for later periods with more than one figurines. We have handmade figurines with many characters inside, but the divine couple apparently was not needed and was never produced. However, scholars regard divine couples as the basic unit of Levantine pantheons, especially in the Phoenician world. Here you have a very recent statement by Paolo Xella saying that at the top of Phoenician pantheon, there is regularly a divine couple, a god and a goddess. However, divine couples as such are largely underrepresented both in epigraphy and in iconography. So as for iconography, we just saw there is no figurine with a divine couple. Also in glyptic, you have many figurines in seals and amulets, but never what can be interpreted as a divine couple, at least not in those locally produced. The couples or the triads are always coming from Egypt, never locally produced. And as for the epigraphy, I will go very, very fast on this, but please trust me because I studied very thoroughly the matter. Among the 166 Phoenician inscriptions mentioning gods and goddesses, only 6 inscriptions attest more or less explicitly a divine couple. And here you have the text from Sidon, the sarcophage of Eshmunazar, another inscription from Bostan Sheikh with Astarte and the Shmun, 2 inscriptions from Byblos for the Lord and the Balat Hubal, and Baal and Balat Hubal again. And another very special in Phoenician inscription, the amulet from Arslantash, presenting Baal and Horon with 8 wives. So this is not actually a couple, but it's much larger. Yes, Adi, I guess I'm running out with time, and I go toward the conclusions. So from a methodological point of view, the opposition between what is a couple and a single is per se problematic. Gods are, so to speak, by default in a free and open relationship. They easily join together and break up. They are or they are not in a couple according to specific contexts. And as for our figurines, so I move to the general conclusion. First of all, the terracotta figurines of the pregnant woman and the bearded man were probably perceived as figurines representing deities. Given the shared attribute of the throne and their almost systematic association in archaeological assemblages, they were also probably regarded as a divine couple. However, the divine couple was not a ready-made notion, but activated by worshippers in specific situations. Proof of this is that the pregnant woman already existed for many decades, and the bearded man was created only later. By the way, the pregnant woman as well is a local creation as such, as terracotta figurine, and in a certain moment it was created for her a male figurine. Therefore, these gods could be associated and thought as being in couple, but could also be evoked, represented, and receive offerings and cultic actions as single deities. And afterwards, they have very independent and autonomous lives, both of the types. Given the large area covered by these figurines, no automatic identification with specific deities seems possible. On the contrary, this iconography probably served to represent different, but still similar, deities in different places. And last element, the agency of craftsmen and worshippers is therefore pivotal in shaping not only the divine iconography, but also the articulation between divinities. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Fabio, for your really wonderful talk. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions now, but we will have time for questions in the general discussion. Could you please, yes, stop sharing. Thank you very much. So we move to our next speakers. 2 speakers, which Maria, you will share the talk, 2 of you?
We speak together, we speak both, we divide the 2, but I share the screen, okay?
Okay, so let me first introduce you, please. So Dr. Maria Lopez Bertran is an associate professor at the Department of Art History at the Universidad de Valencia in Spain. Her main interest is art and iconography of the Iron Age Mediterranean from an embodied and gender perspective. More specifically, she specializes in Phoenician and Punic archaeology focused on chroroplastic artworks. And Dr. Meritzel Ferrer is a postdoctoral researcher at the Universitat Pompeu Fabra. Her work focuses on Mediterranean archaeology during the first millennium BCE, focusing on the Phoenician and Greek colonial processes and experiences in the Western Mediterranean, with a particular interest in Sicily and the Iberian Peninsula. In this field, her work encompasses themes arising from post-colonial and feminist feelings and addresses aspects related to the polities of identity, power, and gender dynamics. We will hear the talk on bread and funerary ritual, Phoenician homeland, and the Western Mediterranean.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And first of all, we want to thank Meredith to invite us to participate in this exciting workshop, and to get on time, we begin. As an unavoidable experience shared by all human beings, every society has presented death as a central event in its understanding of the life cycle. Indeed, as the macabre dancer reminds us, all the joys have an end because nobody can escape from death. However, despite we are facing an event shared by everyone, how to address death, and especially those beliefs, emotions, and activities surrounding this event, differs enormously among societies. Thus, while for some death is accepted as an instantaneous event that just marked the end of life, for others, death is understood as a long liminal process that normally starts with the passing and ends with the joining of the deceased in the last stage of his or her life cycle. The latter way of facing death is precisely the one that seemed to be shared by the Phoenician people, for whom the biological death of an individual, or even the perception of the proximity of it, acts as a starter of a social process that differs from the everyday, a process by which the deceased must transit from the living realm to the world of the dead, being accompanied during the journey by the mourners who simultaneously must manage at different levels the loss of a beloved one. Besides, throughout all this process, those participating in it, this is the mourners and the deceased, constitute an ephemeral and multivocal community that, during all the time that embraces the funeral, is placed in a liminal arena, don't belonging to neither the world of the living nor the one of the dead. Although some studies have highlighted the transitory character of death in the Phoenician Punic societies, as well as the establishment of a temporary group of mourners, they hardly ever have attended the importance of the sense in the construction and representation of this liminal stage. In fact, our interest in this talk precisely lies in appealing to the centrality of the senses during all the funeral, and in particular, to stress the importance of one of them, the taste, in the development of this social process. In the last years, the emergence of the so-called archaeology of the senses have evidenced the interest and even the need to consider the sensoriality as an aspect to keep in mind in our understanding of the past. These studies warn us that, despite the sensory experience arises from different neurophysiological processes, how we define, understand, and even characterize and hierarchize the senses depend on the context in which they are experimented, as well as the different identities of the people who face them. Likewise, these studies also remark that although senses are ephemeral, intangible, and ethereal, it's just its close relationship with the materiality that turns them into perfectly tangible. In other words, although we cannot determine the odors of the past, we can approximate them through the presence of objects that forward us directly to them. such as an incense burner with combustion evidence, or even though we can't reconstruct the sounds of the flutes, lyres, or tambourines, the representation highlights the importance that the sound and the music had in certain settings. Finally, these studies also note the importance of the sensorial experience in the generation and the activation of the memory, understanding it as a social and collective process. Therefore, while some sensory experience can evoke in an involuntary way events, persons, and situations from the past, the specific pursuit of a certain sensory experience can generate prospective or voluntary memories. Based on these premises, some recent studies have highlighted that death, and especially the mortuary theater, is an event in which the corporality gets a strong importance in the generation and activation of the memory, but also has an active participation in the conformation of the ephemeral identities, such as the funerary community. In fact, we can't ignore that, that those changes experienced by the body during and after the passing, as well as the sensory experience arising from them, advise about the arrival of death and, consequently, the beginning of the funerary time. Thus, the lack of answer of the deceased, and mainly the beginning of the inevitable process of body alteration, the absence of sounds, the rigidity of the corpse, the change of the color and the texture of the skin, the decline of his or her temperature, or the own expression of death, inform those who are present about the starting of a new stage that move away from the living realm. To entrance to this liminal period is stressed by the beginning of the funerary sequence, which will conclude with incorporation of the deceased into the realm of the dead, as well as the return of the mourners to the world of the livings. Although for the Phoenicians we have a scarce amount of textual evidence that inform us about the successive actions carried out during the funeral, the analysis of material culture has allowed us to approximate some of them. Following these studies, we can infer that one of the first actions carried out in this sequence, as it happens in the Greek world, is the preparation of the corpse. Through the washing, anointment, clothing or shrouding, hairdressing, adorning, and even making up the corpse, the deceased acquires a new physical appearance that moves away from the one presented in life, but that still don't respond to the corporality that will present when he or she belongs to the afterlife. Besides, the performance of these practices also generate a new sensory field in which the mix of specific smells, sounds, textures, and visions mnemonically transport the participants to previous funerals, as well as to the liminal time of death. The instauration of this funeral setting in which are measured the mourners and the deceased is also stressed by the actions developed by the former ones, who, to emphasize their separation from the realm of the living and to ratify their current belonging to this transitory stage, adopt new corporalities and generate new sensory fields. Through their cries, wails, laments, beats, and marked silence, construct a sonority atmosphere that differs from the everyday. With their racks, lacerations, and repetitive beats, construct new tactile experience, and through covering themselves with dust and ashes, generate bodies and faces that visually move away from the living corporalities. Besides, the lack of hygiene, the smell of mortuary perfumes, the oil lamps, and incense burners would offer an olfactory sphere specific from the funerary environment, a different arena to which also remit the alimentary practices that characterize the mourning period and that correspond to both the fasting or the neglect of taste and the ingest of specific foods and flavors, such as the bread of mourning. Although we are facing as an aesthetic experience of the funerary theater, to adjust ourselves to the time of the presentation, we are going to focus only on one sense, the taste.
Although there are no remains of preserved bread, the written sources, as well as the Phoenician and Punic material and visual culture from the Levant and the Western Mediterranean, have shown the central role of this foodstuff in the funerary realm. In the previous years, we have studied this foodstuff through the analysis of clay bread molds recovered from the Punic Mediterranean. We have highlighted the process of the ritualization of bread, a staple food with a broad social access, through stamping iconographical motifs. In addition, we have also argued that this decorated bread was consumed by the members of the mourning community and by the deceased in her or his life in the netherworld. For this last case, the deposition of bread molds as grave goods would have acted as reification of bread itself, whereas it is highly possible that the bread loaves were eaten by the mourners. The ritualization of this food is reinforced by the selection of the iconographical motifs. Among them stands out the phytomorphic ones, mainly lotus flowers, palmids, or rosettes connected to the symbolic universe of regeneration and protection, and in addition, closely related to the well-being and safety of people, dead or alive. Regarding the zoomorphic motif, the images of dolphins and other fishes refer specifically to the eschatological conceptions of the otherworldly journey through the waters. Therefore, it is highly probable that these loaves of bread, or even the molds themselves, could have an apotropic function in search of the comfort of the ones that eat them physically or symbolically. Among the Phoenician Punic visual repertoire, images of bread related to funerary contexts are attested from the 10th century to the Roman conquest. The Ahiram sarcophagus is a key example. On one of its sides, the king appears on an enthroned chair, and in front of him there is a table on which a stack of unleavened or pita-type bread is located, held by a circular object and an animal. Although Edith Porada's description identifies the animal as a cow's head, her own drawing resembles a duck. This discrepancy is interesting to us because the association between unleavened bread and ducks is also observed on other funerary monuments of the Iron Age documented in the North Levant and the south of Anatolia. We refer specifically to the Syro-Hittite stelae dated between the 9th and the 8th centuries BC, in which funerary meal is represented on a table posed in front of the image of the deceased. Although this group share a similar compositional scheme, strongly reminiscent of the Ahiram sarcophagus. At one of the ends of the stele appears the dead person, whereas the table with food is on a central position. Within this funerary imagery, the deceased always appears seated on a monumental throne chair and holding a beverage in the right hand and a plant or some object considered to be of prestige in the left. Likewise, a table with piled up leavened bread arranged inside a container, either a bowl or a basket, is attested. Among these stela stands out the so-called Katumuba one, recovered in ancient Samar. From the iconographic point of view, we observe, again, the enthroned deceased holding a cup with his right hand, identified as a fiale. On the left hand, he holds a branch that resembles a coniferous plant, possibly used in some rituals. This stela reinforces the liminality of the mourning period because the hairstyle of the deceased protrudes the frame, and this feature has been interpreted as a strategy to construct not only the liminal space of the funerary arena, but also to reinforce the deceased's transitional state, who will not enter definitely in the afterlife until the end of the mourning period. Focusing on the table, it presents three objects. To the left, a pyxis, a well-known object in Western Punic tombs, possibly deposited as containers for oils, perfumes, or resins used during the preparation of the corpse. However, on this occasion, the fact that it appears on the table together with food has been served to suggest that it was a container for spices to season food. On the other side of the table, there is a pile of 3 unleavened loaves extremely similar to the ones depicted on Ahiram sarcophagus. Furthermore, they seem to be supported by an oblong object that could allude to some food consumed probably with bread. Some authors have identified this food as a baked product, a kind of oil cake that in its imagery always appears placed on top of staked loaves. Finally, in a central position appears an open vase with a duck. The duck, also present in the Ahiram sarcophagus, reinforces the liminal nature of death, since these animals, who can be in the water and on the land, have a dual nature. This feature would be, according to the Phoenician and Punic eschatology, an important point that will accentuate the transitory state of the dead person, and by extension of the funeral community too. In the Eastern Phoenician necropolises, this type of funerary stele is not common, and except for a Hiram sarcophagus, other scenes of banquets with unleavened bread are not documented. However, this iconography is attested in some Phoenician Cypriot bronze and silver bowls. Their compositional schemes are quite similar to those observed in the Neo-Hittite reliefs and to a Hiram sarcophagus. In the Phoenician homeland, the importance of baked food is not attested through the stelae, but through other types of objects deposited in tombs, like terracotta figurines. Indeed, they reproduce actions associated with the preparation of bread, like the one of Axif or Cyprus, representing women kneading and baking bread. And this type passes on Western Mediterranean with the Carthaginian figurine recovered from a tomb representing a woman with an infant baking bread in a tanur. Moving to later chronologies, images of piles of unleavened bread set on a table disappeared in favor of other codes of representation. Besides the clay molds, bread or cakes are represented on trays held by female figurines, as illustrated by some Cypriot terracottas with a slightly later chronology, the terracotta of the cemetery of Puente del Noy, located in southern Iberia. This gesture also appears on some Tophet stelae, in which women hold a tray or basket with bread or cakes in one hand, while on the other they hold a fiale. Despite the obvious differences of these representations with the previous reliefs, they all seem to emphasize the centrality of loaves in the funerary sphere, possibly reiterating the conception of these baked products as a source of life and continuous regeneration after death. Continuing with the Tophet stele, is remarkable to notice how bread or cakes are present in different shapes. Among them stands out engraved round loaves on top of what looks like a wooden board to be placed in the oven. In other cases, some images resembling crowns with horns have been interpreted as donuts or rolls baked with flour and meat. This brief overview of the presence of bread in funerary meals indicates the centrality of this foodstuff by the entire mourning community. It is highly probable that this funerary bread differs from those consumed daily, not only by its context, but also for its flavor, which could be manipulated by means of the ingredients used in their preparation, by the cooking method, or by the fact that they could have been consumed in isolation, without being accompanied by other foodstuff present in daily meals of the livings, which will not be consumed during this liminal period. To conclude, the collective consumption of a peculiar foodstuff as the funerary bread, with its own flavor or even tasteless, may reinforce the connection between the mourning community and the deceased, may mark the separation of this group from the rest of the society, as well as could participate in the sensorial field of this liminal moment. A nice example of these features is the mourning food of other societies. Especially noteworthy are the funeral biscuits of the Victorian era. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this really interesting lecture. Unfortunately, this is a webinar, so we can't have bread or anything to experience during the breaks. But you gave us at least a food for thought, if not a real food. And we will move to the next paper, and at the end we will have time for some questions. So I would like to introduce Giuseppe Garbati. Dr. Giuseppe Garbati is an archaeologist at the Institute of Heritage Science, CNR, at Rome. His research deals with historical religious studies concerning the Phoenician culture, focusing mainly on cults, rituals, sacred places, votive materials, and the morphology of Phoenician deities, with particular reference to the Western settlements. Dr. Garbati directs the research project Worship and Identity, Construction of the Western Phoenicians, Geographical, Cultural, and Symbolic Borders, and co-directs the research project Transformations and Crises in the Mediterranean, Identity and Interculturality in the Levant and Phoenician West. He is also a member of the archaeological mission in the Phoenician and Punic settlement of Pani Loriga, directed by Massimo Botto, and a member of the editorial board of the Rivista di Studi Fenici. His talk will be on the divine connections study cases in Phoenician context. So please share the screen with us.
Thank you for this nice presentation. And before starting, I would like to warmly thank the organizer, Mayor, for inviting me to participate in this very interesting, beautiful meeting, and also to have the occasion to meet again, even if just only online, many old friends and many new friends. So thank you very much, Mayor. Now, the screen. Okay. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to dedicate a study to the complex question of the relationship between gods, paying particular attention to the Phoenician religion and focusing more specifically on two of the major Phoenician divinities, Melkart and Eshmun. As is well known, although the two gods firstly represented well-characterized individual entities, each one having a marked specificity of its own, the available data, mostly written sources, show how deeply they were bound in qualities, functions, and cults. In that contribution, therefore, I tried to describe the different forms in which Melkart and Eshmun interacted, delineating through their example some of the ways in which the Phoenicians give shape to the superhuman world, its protagonists, and their ties. In the wake of that study, in the following notes, I would like to give a further stimulus to the research, taking into consideration other and different study cases of God's relationships. Through the analysis of diverse divine interconnections, my main goal is again to try to better understand how the Phoenician communities organized the divine world, answering through that world to the necessity of founding and putting in order some of the main questions of their culture. Now, I cannot but start my presentation with that great goddess known in Syria from the Bronze Age, who consistently played a leading role in the religion of both the Eastern and Western Phoenician settlements, Astarte, who participates, as is largely known, in several kinds of divine relationship. The deity, first of all, was the female partner in the divine couples placed at the top of the religion of certain Phoenician cities, as she was in Tyre with Melkart, in Sidon with Eshmun, in Elamed in Malta, Tarsij with Milkashtar. The close relationship the goddess had with some of her male counterparts is clearly specified in some contexts by a particular epiclesis, which seems at present to have been used only for her, Shem Baal, name of Baal. The oldest evidence of this title is into Kurt's formulae of the late Bronze Age, coming from Ugarit. In this text, Astarte Shem Baal is evoked, together with the snake-shaped god Oron, to annihilate the enemy. Later, the same title is recorded in the Eshmunazar II inscription, in which the Sidonian sovereign affirms that he has built in Sidon the temples for Astarte Shembal in the Baal Sidon, probably Eshmun. As Corinne Bonnet has rightly stressed, then, Astarte seems to act, especially in the Ugaritic text, in which she plays a violent role, in behalf of a Baal. The goddess appears to be conceived as a sort of extension of the male deity. She acts in his name since she knows intimately his name. She embodied some of his powers, the performative powers, and could become a sort of interface of him. From this viewpoint, the Eshmunazar epigraph is indicative. Citing the Baal Sidon and Astarte Shembal together, it creates a sort of formal relationship focused on the word and concept of Baal. It makes the latter divine figure something like an element of the former one. The Astarte closeness to diverse superhuman entities, particularly the tendency of the goddess to participate in formal cultic associations, is possibly shown in another inscription. In Sarepta, a little north of Tyre, a 7th-6th century epigraph from a small shrine probably mentions the deity in the expression Tinit Ashtart. Actually, however, this term was differently interpreted. If someone prefers to understand it as the theonym Tinit, followed by the toponym Ashtart, indicating a mythological residence, other scholars interpret it as a double theonym. According to the second reading, the divine name would associate Astarte with the goddess Tinit. At present, it is difficult to opt for one of the two different hypotheses. Nevertheless, it can be remarked that the relation between the two goddesses, although its specific traits remain difficult to reconstruct, is well attested in Carthage. An inscription of the 2nd century BC evokes Astarte and Tinit, defining both as in Lebanon. The epigraph then highlights the two divinities, common Eastern roots, attesting to the presence of a shared cult. Passing to the second study case, two deities acquire a high degree of visibility in the Western Phoenician settlements, gradually becoming almost the emblematic divine couple in certain regions of the colonial world, Baal-Ammon and Tinit. From the point of view of the construction of divine relationships, two specific elements emerge thanks to that context, which from the 5th, 4th century was the main site of their common cult, the Tophet. Firstly, Tinit plays a particular role in the sanctuary, recognizable thanks to the epiclesis that almost always accompanies her name, Pene Baal, face of Baal, and to the position she has in the dedications. She is mentioned before Baal in descriptions from Carthage, as is known. The first aspect, the title Pene Baal, clearly shows the strict, intimate dependence of the goddess on the male figure. She is presented as a manifestation of him. Recalling some aspects of the Astarte as Shembal, that epiclesis seems then to make Tinit the god's visible part, a sort of emanation of him. Her names from thread which divine between the thread in the great possibly then to which was the divine couple also probably includes due to his involvement in the roles to event then with human phone
Fabio? Fabio, if you can hear me, your Wi-Fi connection is not stable.
Need. Can you
Your Wi-Fi is not stable. Your connection is not stable.
can you? Okay. Sorry.
Um,
Can you hear me now?
oh, thank you. Now we can hear you. Sorry, can you please repeat the last paragraph or so?
Okay. Okay. So I was saying, the great emergence of both Balamon and Tinnit in the Phoenician West, together with complete absence so far of their common cult in the East, seems to indicate that those deities might have represented innovations in the local and specifically Carthaginian traditions with respect to those of the homeland. Although the two gods would have connected the colonies to Phoenicia, since their origins are certainly Levantine, at the same time they expressed a new cultural dimension. In the novelty they must have represented, it is possible to envisage some elements of a complex process of self-determination promoted by certain Western communities, by Carthage in primis. Not by chance, Servius defines them as the Dei Patri of Carthage. This strong westward tendency is well shown by another aspect, that is the bond that specifically links it to another important colonial deity. 4 Carthaginian inscriptions refer to the existence in the city of at least one temple dedicated to Sid Tinnit. It associates the goddess with Sid, the divine father of the Sardinian peoples, on which now I would like to linger. As is largely known, Sid was primarily worshipped, maybe from the end of the 5th century, in the Antas temple in southwestern Sardinia. Among the several inscriptions found in the building and dedicated to the god, some texts name other divine figures who participated in the local rituals, each one with its own position. Melkart, called as Al-Asor on Tyre on the rock, Shadrafa, Oron, and Elat. And now I would like to focus my attention on the first 3 gods. Starting with the Tyrian deity, his presence in the temple certainly should not surprise us. Indeed, Sid and Melkart were closely linked, as attested, for instance, by the classical authors. Pausanias, for example, called Sardos, the Greek and Roman version of Sid, son of Machaeris, the latter being identifiable with Melkart. Moreover, the Carthaginian epigraphy testifies to the existence in the city of the cult of Sid Melkart, a double divine name which seems directly to recall the relationship Sardo, son of Machaeris, recorded by literary sources. The distinct aspect of Melkart's inclusion in the Antas cult rather consists in the epigraphy with which he described Al-Azor. This expression, as is known, probably evoked the homeland, Sor, Tyre. Thus, the most ancient history of Sardinia, represented by Sid, meets the earliest history of the land of origin, Tyre, symbolized by Melkart. The colonial dimension and the memory of the origins, in this way, meet together in the 2 divine morphologies, which were then both mythically and functionally connected. To speak now of Shadrafa and Oron, it must be firstly stressed that the 2 gods participate in the Antas cult in the shape of a small statue offered to Sid, now lost, as descriptions illustrate. Both the texts, in fact, mention a mesh, a figurine, representing the 2 gods. They themselves, then, were almost to be understood from a side as visiting gods, similarly to the position of Melkart in the Tophet, and from the other side as gifts offered to the local god. Considering this particular position, the presence of Shadrafa and Oron in the Sardinian temple might have responded, to votive needs and to the subsequent local promotion of specific rituals. Given some of their main functions, focused as is known on the therapeutic sphere, these rituals can mostly be ascribed to the healing domain. In essence, it seems that a particular relationship between Sid and Shadraf and between Sid and Oron was given an extra boost from the bottom up, specifically by the devotees who attended the sacred place according to individual needs, which helped to promote particular aspects of the local cults. Now, to go to the conclusion. The case studies I have quickly presented, even if they are just a portion of the superhuman interrelations within the frame of Phoenician religion, give us now the opportunity to propose some overall considerations. In particular, two aspects deserve to be emphasized. Firstly, regarding the forms adopted by the deities' connections, the main reasons that we can recognize for the construction of divine relationships can be summarized in three different aspects, not necessarily separated, but most of all, integrated. The mythological links, the gods' functional features, the devotional strategies, also formally adopted. Unfortunately, the first aspect can only be sensed, considering the scarcity of data about Phoenician mythology. Nonetheless, cases as that of the divine couples at the top of the city pantheon, as Astarte and Melkart, Astarte and Shmun, etc., or that of particular pairs as Melkart and Sidinantas or in Carthage, can at least be envisaged or even recognized in the data. It is much easier, instead, to distinguish functional bounds between gods. A deity, for instance, can integrate another with its role to the extent that one character can explicitly become a component and expression of another, as for Astarte Shem Baal and Tinit Pen Baal. Moreover, such intimacy can also produce extreme outcomes, giving life to something quite distinct, the double divine names, formally blending two entities in the cult, as in the case maybe of Sid Tinit and Sid Melkart. Finally, the third element, the devotional strategies, seems to be largely attested. Pairs, couples, and relations formulated ad hoc, mostly in order to meet individual needs, for example, are perhaps those attested in the Tophet with Balamon, Tinit, and Melkart, and those documented in Antas, which saw as protagonists Sid and Oron on one side and Sid and Shadrafa on the other. Passing to the second aspect, each one of the examples discussed cannot be considered as a component of a homogeneous and relational system of deities, monolithically built and consistently adopted and diffused in the different Phoenician settlements, from east to west. Alongside the existence of shared traditions, the gods' features and functions, together with their relationships, rather depend, and should not be any other way, on the context to which they belong, reflecting the high degree of fragmentation which characterized the Phoenician culture. According to the available documentation, the intimate bond between Astarte and Shmun, for instance, found full expression in the Sidon of the Persian time, as the couple composed by Balamon and Tinit owed its same existence to the intimate link with Carthage, and just as Sid, with his relations with Melkart, Oron, and Shadrafa and Tinit, was a cultural product specifically developed in that region of the Mediterranean, included between North Africa and Sardinia. To conclude, it seems that we can recognize three main keywords and key concepts to reconstruct and understand divine relationships in Phoenician context: mobility, fluidity, reality. These terms and concepts are the basis of the creation of different relational divine solutions, strictly bound to the specific context and functional to respond in those contexts to the community's and individual needs and interests. Fitting in this regard are the words of Sergio Libichini in an article from a few years ago. È la stessa realtà dell'esperienza umana che dà luogo ad un tale lavoro teologico, che operando sulla base di figure divine distinte, elabora associazioni, analogie, concetti. sviluppa nelle diverse situazioni storiche determinati elementi religiosi ed altri ne fa scomparire, adattandoli in ogni caso a quell'organizzazione del mondo divino che non è mai statica nella storia di un popolo e delle sue istituzioni. Thank you very much for your attention and so sorry for the bad connection.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe, for this really wonderful presentation, despite the Wi-Fi problems. Could you please stop share the
Yes, I'm
PowerPoint?
Sorry, but
Okay, thank you very much. So we are on time for our discussion. So if any of our panelists, anyone would like to, yes, please go ahead, Maria.
Well, thank you, Ali. All these talks were fantastic, but I have a question for Fabio and Ida, which I enjoy your presentation a lot and many ideas come to my mind. But I was wondering what is your opinion about the gesture of touching the beard? No, because you mentioned several hypotheses of other authors, but I would like to know which is your own hypothesis in this gesture, of the meaning of this gesture.
Yes, thanks a lot. Actually, we tried to send out the question to see whether answers could arrive. We started to think about this gesture because, as I said before, for sure it was meaningful, but still we cannot really find a specific explanation. Because some others says, okay, it's kind of is keeping a fake bird, but it's not for sure a fake bird. It's a real thick, important bird, as all the Levantine important representations depict. So for sure it was meaningful, but we're still looking for. Egyptian or okay, in Egypt they don't have the bird. It's a real Asiatic thing. You have the fake bird like Osiris, but
right, not even for the fake beard. There's nothing like that, like the pharaoh holding it. I can't think of that.
Yes, but it would be a fake one, and it's quite not the same thing because in this case it's for sure not a fake one, and yeah.
I think that anyone who has a beard like you and me knows that it's very nice to caress it.
Actually, while Maria was asking, Fabio was fondling his own bird.
Yeah, because it's something, but
so I think it's something very human. And I was actually, dealing with the figurines of the Shavei Tzion. I was trying to research the upper right hand and going into upright right hand, sorry, and going into all kinds of sociological and psychological aspects of it, of showing what it means, because we see it in society until now, like I swear to tell the truth or something like that. So I suppose people are not that different today as they were in the past. I mean, that's just what I think.
Fanny raised her hand.
Fanny, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have another question for you, Fabio, if it's okay. And thanks for all the presentations. They're really interesting. Fabio, when one looks at your type 0, it's really interesting, isn't it? The way it is portraying the Osiride type rather perfectly with the scepters and all, and the out of crown, of course. And I was just wondering, since I assume this is a locally produced terracotta, I'm thinking you mentioned Karayeb as a key site, and since this is the only find, I guess, of this particular type, so well understood. And if we would assume that a well understood type would mean that there are strong religious connotations to it, then it would be interesting to think more about the Osiride connection, of course, the chthonic thing. And I was thinking about terracotta sarcophagi, anthropoid sarcophagi that we find in Tartus and so on. Imagine if there were a site like Karaeb, I don't know about the fine situation there, where you would have anthropoid sarcophagi, you would have a well-understood Osiride figurine popping up, you would have amulets of faience and so on. Then really that would be, I wanted to ask you about the context around this statuette in Karaeb. Are there any other indications of an Osiride context or chthonic understanding or signal from in terms of Phoenician religious signals?
Yeah. So yes, it's a very good question. Unfortunately, yes, the information from the context are not that rich. The figurines come from the Favissa, and everything was mixed up. So it was connected to Celtic plates, the one of Karaeb, which is well known and studied. But you have many other elements in iconography from Karaeb with the clear Egyptian origins. I wouldn't follow too much the idea of the Chthonian dimension, because if for Osiris it's very clear, it's as well very clear that local craftsmen developed very differently the original iconography. So I'm not sure that local people could still see the same theological connotation that in Egypt was for sure more clear to everyone. So
I would like just to add that I think at Karaeb, rites of passage more come to mind, as also Mariana Castiglione has pointed out, also others. But I was wondering about, you spoke about a singular couple, and I was also thinking about a potential family because of the pregnancy of the woman. It's not just a couple, it's just the child, the future child, or maybe the hope to have a child. So maybe a family, not just a couple, although only hinted. But
you're absolutely right. Yes, she's a pregnant woman. She's always pregnant in these figurines. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And also at Karaeb specifically, the lack of riders. There are no riders that are so common in assemblages in Phoenicia. But here, like, the riders don't play any role.
You have few fragments. You have some. Yeah.
Okay.
But you're right, stating that the type 1, with the Ataf crown, is by far more represented in Karaeb than those riders. Yeah.
Very much. I wanted also to ask Maria and Maritze. I was wondering, I know that bread was always, was round in antiquity, unlike our bread. But do you think the round shape also plays a role? Because we know that round items, symbols are very common in funerary art across the Mediterranean until today, by the way. The wreath that we put on a tomb is still round. That was one question. And another thing I was thinking of, still life in Flemish art, in Dutch and Flemish art, still life, that you see all these beautiful fruits that actually point to death, not to life. So I was just thinking about the connection, maybe possible connection of life and death.
Well, regarding the roundness of bread, that's an interesting issue. No, we've never think about it, but I think that all breads in antiquity are round, no, because they are unleavened, and that's why they have this form. So I'm not sure if we can make the connection. with the symbolism of roundness is searched on purpose, no? Because it's more practical, I guess. Simply that bread is unleavened and it has this round form. And regarding the Flemish art, I totally agree. No, in fact, we use some other Spanish artistry pictures, as you can see, because there's just, you can see the continuity, no, in the history of this, the importance of bread and food in funerals. Yes. So I don't know if Mary wants to add something.
No, it's okay. But I was thinking also that we have some of the mouse that we present, that we were studying from Puig des Molins. Some of them are not rounds. We have some of them that are reproducing the flora of lotus. It's like a flower, and we have a couple or three, not more, that are square. Then so I don't know if it's more related with the shape, that it could be, because in fact, if it's not the shape of the round, it's the shape that they can also stamp to them.
Ayelet? Please unmute yourself.
Yes, I was saying hello, everyone. As a very practical field archaeologist, my questions concern are not so much aloof and concern chronology and numbers. So my first question is to Dr. Garbati. Nice to meet you. First of all, do you know what the date is of the Sid Melkart inscription? I mean, is there a context and a date for it?
The inscription has not been studied specifically, but it seems to be between the 4th and the 3rd century BC.
Oh, okay. Okay, which is what, you know, for an Iron Age person like me, it's late.
yeah,
but it's late. Okay. And the same question, and I really apologize, I may be ignorant, I know nothing about core plastics, to Fabio Porzia about, again, the Osiride figurines. Is it possible that they can be confined chronologically and actually be connected to the period of Assyrian, of Egyptian sort of domination in the Levant between the Assyrian and Babylonian periods? So can we actually associate these finds with the late 7th century BC?
I think that if we connect it to the period during which the cultic site of Haraya was working, it's a bit too early.
Too early.
Yeah. So, yes. So.
Okay, one comment. Thank you. One comment regarding your suggestions for a couple or triad. Adi and I had a student who finished a few years of a master thesis on the larger corpus of figurines from Dor, because what Ephraim Stern published in his book was, you know, the best figurine, the well-preserved figurines from his excavation, and she studied actually everything, every bit of figurine from his excavation. Her name, by the way, is Tanya Sokolsky, and also added from material from 20 more years of excavation by myself and Ilan Sharon. And so her quantitative data is very comprehensive. And so I don't, again, you know, it's her MA, she needs to publish it. I want to just reveal one point, that the ratio of male to female figurines at Dor, according to her count, is about 100 female to 80 males. So it's almost sort of even. So this is something to consider. We have to urge her to publish. She also has results of petrographic study about the origin of such figurines. So, okay, so anyone considering Persian period figurine in the southern Levant should consult her MA or talk to her.
Thanks a lot. We will talk with her with a lot of pleasure. And actually, it's very interesting what you said right now, because I said when I presented the ratio, I said it should be taken with a lot of prudence, because I don't think that in reality it was like that. And what you said just proved that probably we are going toward a more balanced equilibrium. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Maybe just one last question, if I may, or maybe a note to Giuseppe. I really liked your concluding slide with the mobility, fluidity, and I forgot the third one.
Locality.
Locality, yeah. It always strikes me as a monotheist, this fluidity. I mean, can be either that or this one or that one, or you can approach that goal or the other one, and can take this shape or the other shape, and you can never tell from the perspective of our time. And I was wondering, if I could imagine myself as an ancient believer, a worshiper, how does it work? I mean, I really need now. I need love. I need fertility. I need to conquer a city. What do I do? So is it kind of like a shop, shopping a belief? So that's something that fluidity I really like.
It's something like the possibility for the devotees, for the individuals, to construct the beliefs, to put together different aspects of their beliefs. And I mean, the principles are not just theological and made by priests. I mean, a devotee attending a sanctuary, a temple, can or could add something to the local cult with his presence, with his offerings, and so on. So we must remember that there is a very important functional role by the persons, the individuals, the actors, not only by the priests who maybe construct the deities or construct their relationships and so on, but a great impulse, a stimulus come from the bottom up. I mean, this is very, important to consider when we think of the ancient polytheisms. Yes, thank you.
It's very local. You don't have it in Greece and not in Egypt. This is very, very Levantine.
Very local.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the speakers.
I have one more comment.
Now it's your session.
Yeah, it's on my, yes, I'll be very short afterwards. So my again, question is regarding locality, etc. Won't the concepts of competition, for instance, and rivalry between the Phoenician cities actually dictate a different sort of dynamics? You know, my God is better than yours?
I don't know. Actually, I cannot say something like this. I think that there could be a competition among gods, in the sense that the god that was thought to be function in the better way was the best. But I don't think that necessarily there was a competition studied from political, social, or cultural backgrounds. We don't have inscription that say something like this. For example, in the treaty between Saradon and Baal I of Tyre, there are many gods included in the Kurtz formula. Okay, and those gods can be, belonged to different cities, as Sidon and Tyre at first. But there is not a better god than another one connected to a particular city. I don't think so. But I can think I don't know actually, because we don't have sources about this.
Thank you.
So Ayelet, I think now we'll move to your session, to the second session.
Okay. So I don't know everyone here, so just I'm letting you all know that I'm also from the University of Haifa. Let's go to the introductions. Our first lecture, we are 4 minutes late, it's my fault. Our first lecture is by Carolina Lopez-Ruiz, whose book is actually, I'm showing you, I'm not bluffing, lying on my table. It's just arrived at Haifa. I didn't read it yet. Carolina is Fanny Ferguster, an independent scholar on volute capitals and their roots, religious symbolic meaning, and spread across Phoenician religious landscapes. I would like to introduce the speakers. Carolina Lopez-Ruiz is a professor of classic at Ohio State University. She studies relations of Greek and Near Eastern literatures and mythologies and cultural contacts between Greeks, Phoenicians, and other groups, including the subfield of Phoenicia in the Iberian Peninsula. Among other works, she is the author of When the Gods Were Born, Greek Cosmogonies and the Near East, and Tartessos, Indigenous Peoples and Phoenician Colonists in the Iberian Peninsula with Sebastian Celestino. She has co-edited the Oxford Handbook of the Phoenician and Punic Mediterranean with Brian Doak, and a recent book, Phoenicians and the Making of the Mediterranean, offers a critical discussion on the role of the Phoenicians during the so-called Orientalizing period across the Mediterranean. Fanny Ferguson, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, has received her PhD at Lund University in classical archaeology and ancient history. Her published dissertation, The Egyptianizing Male Limestone Statuary from Cyprus, a study of cross-cultural Eastern Mediterranean votive types, outlines intercultural context in different media with a focus on ivory, wood, and stone, and proposes a Phoenician religious and iconographical origin for the Egyptianizing votive statuary found in sanctuaries all over 6th century BCE Cyprus. So please, and you still have 20 or 15 minutes as you wish. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ayelet, and thank you, Meir, for this opportunity to workshop our ideas and Gilbert as well. So I'll get right to it. Here, we hope to contribute a little bit to the increasing appreciation and understanding of volute capitals as part and parcel of Phoenician symbology and religious landscapes. This motif has seen renewed attention every now and then with the occasional publication of new exemplars. For instance, this little fragment from the Cerro del Villar in Malaga, Spain, just published in Birsa. And also thanks to new syntheses and discussions about them every now and then. As Odette Lipschitz puts it, these are, quote, among the most impressive and special finds discovered in archaeological excavations in Israel and Jordan, end of quote. But it is not our goal here to discuss, get into the questions of origins of these capitals, previously kind of mislabeled Proto-Aeolic, sometimes also called Israelite capitals, but rather to call attention to some of their features that are constant within the Phoenician realm and its local adaptations, and which we think are very meaningful for their interpretation. Next slide.
Absolutely, sorry. Oh.
Thank you, Fanny. But first, as others have noted, the volute capitals becomes part of this sort of pan-Mediterranean phenomenon within the Iron Age, vaguely called the Orientalizing phenomenon, in which Levantine features are adapted by local cultures across the Mediterranean. I argue that largely via contact with Phoenicians. Besides the volute capital motif, in all sorts of portable arts, like most famously ivory and metalwork, we find them as architectural features in funerary and sanctuary contexts across the Mediterranean, especially in areas of Phoenician settlement or their immediate areas of influence in Cyprus, Sardinia, Etruria, and Iberia, and North Africa too. Now, next. As for the goals of the paper, we're going to highlight two aspects. First, that the volute capitals are part of the Egyptianizing repertoire adopted by Canaanites and then by Phoenicians, which carry strong symbolic meanings of life and regeneration and protection associated with the gods. It is also not a coincidence that the capital is often accompanied by other such motifs with similar associations, especially the protective sphinx, the hybrid human-headed lion in its Levantine winged version, and the apotropaic uri or cobras as well. These are all part of the Egyptianizing language of Phoenician religion, also evident in Egyptianizing statuary. Also, we offer a close look at some technical aspects of the capitals that are a constant through their iterations. This suggests the capitals were first and most often made in wood, an argument so important also for Egyptianizing statues and even for the reconstruction of early Phoenician architecture and its impact in the Levant, which is very important given the scarcity of monumental remains from Iron Age core mainland Phoenician area. So we start with the technical aspects. Fanny?
Well, yes, in order to be able to discuss the volute capitals in more depth, we need to get to know some key elements. There is a thin line that acts as a border of the vegetal ornament, and which is very characteristic. It's the number 1 here. It's slightly raised. We call it, therefore, a thin, narrow outline, raised, narrow outline. Numbers 2 and 3 are drop-shaped fruits or leaves that we find here, if you can see them. Fruits or leaves that are growing from these volutes. And these fruits, or well, leaves then, seem to be very important elements. They are always present in this motif. The volute capital is simply part of a stylized tree that has been squashed together in order to form an architectural element. And the raised narrow outlines are characteristic of ivory carving, framing sockets to be filled with inlay. You find in the drawing here the yellow raised narrow outlines and the blue sockets holding inlay of some sort, lapis lazuli or other kinds. This same technique of carving and decoration is found in woodwork. These tiny ivory plaques were, as you know, attached to larger wooden objects. And these large wooden objects were beautifully carved, inlaid, or painted. In this well-known example, the raised narrow outlines have been covered with thin sheet gold, and the sockets were filled with inlay of red carnelian and blue lapis lazuli. See the raised narrow outlines and the inlay. The alternating red and blue colors create a very opulent effect. We call it color as pattern. This is very characteristic of Phoenician ivory work and woodwork. We see here this jewel-like effect and the Egyptian New Kingdom opulence from which it most probably originated. In the Cypriot Egyptianizing limestone statues and objects, this same opulence can be detected. We find the raised narrow outlines, the color as pattern. This is woodwork imitated into stone. You see every second element has been colored red in this case, and you have the raised narrow outlines surrounding all the vegetal elements in this case. This same polychromy and opulence is found in the stone volute capitals, as here in a fragmentary volute capital that Carolina mentioned from Megiddo, combined with a fragment from a Phoenician settlement in Spain, from Cerro del Villar. I love pronouncing it. I don't know how to, but I tried. We do have examples of Phoenician wooden elite objects, as you know. They are decorated with opulent inlaid ivory plaques. And this we do have both in relief and in real life, so to say, with the Salamis finds here from Cyprus, as you well know. Decoration on the Amathus sarcophagus from Cyprus shows us that this opulent iconography persisted and was appreciated well into the second half of the first millennium BC. And we have merely highlighted the existing paint here, as you see. We also find a certain plasticity, a convex surface. You can see it here in the stone and also in the ivory on the right, which I can't mark out because you are there, but you can see the convex surface in this Hatzor capital. A certain plasticity that we find in many Egyptianizing objects, in both ivory and in stone. And this too, we suggest, indicates Phoenician woodwork. This is what we must envision: colorful, impressive pieces of statuary. In this case, the raised narrow outlines and the inlay has merely been indicated in paint. We strongly suggest that the Egyptianizing limestone repertoire on Cyprus mirrors Phoenician statuary and objects carved in wood. These wooden objects were then either inlaid or simply painted. So we see the juxtaposition of tiny ivory plaques and over life-size limestone material from Cyprus. And the missing link, we suggest, is, of course, wood. This is an additional example, tiny Phoenician ivory plaques with a falcon-headed figure and large-scale Cypriot stone. In this case, the Cypriot craftsman seemingly wanted to imitate inlay by cutting sockets into the stone along the lower edge of the kilt. As you see here, a reconstruction of the possible coloring that was intended on the right. This is another echo from the world of woodwork.
Okay, over to me. We have picked 3 examples to showcase 3 contexts for the use of the capitals that we think add to their understanding their symbolic meaning. A royal chamber tomb from Damasos on Cyprus, the terracotta naiscos from Idalion, also on Cyprus, and the description of the first temple of Jerusalem. So for the royal tomb, tomb 5 on Damasos, just to highlight a few features that often go together, and that's the kind of the key here. One is the stepped or recessed tomb entrance, then the flanking volute capitals connected to that entrance, and then flanking sphinxes, which in this case were found in the vicinity of the tomb that would have had that protective function to protect the tomb, the space of the deceased and the deceased in the afterlife, presumably. Now, as we see next, the Damasos tomb is characterized by the imitation of woodwork and timber construction as well. We can see the false doors and false windows, which are another Egyptianizing feature very important in Phoenician symbology. We see that in the famous woman at the window, so-called woman at the window motif. This is a feature you see in again, orientalizing art, let's say, in monumental tomb construction in Etruria, for instance, when they imitate wood. And then the Sphinx here was just to represent the principle that Fanny was highlighting of polychromy and color as pattern, imitating woodwork and jewelry inlaid work. Then the terracotta naiscos from Idalion is just a great example, though there are many others, but this is just a great one for the same features. You have a stepped entrance with a recessed door that is not very visible here, but it is marked, the flanking columns with palm capitals, and again, seeing that the volute capital is a type of schematization and stylization of the palm, of the real palm, that also possibly you have versions like this where in clay or on wood we have more easily imitated the plant, like you see in this other in this actual limestone sculpture to the right. So as for the first temple in Jerusalem, without entering into too much detail, we're talking about the description. There are many possible different reconstructions. We're showing a very recent one, but the description and the possible reconstructions highlight very similar features that tend to go together. The stepped entrance, the doorstop, wooden, olive wood doorstops that are called mezuzot, 4 mezuzot, 5 mezuzot, which our colleagues at Finkel and Momkoglu think are exactly recessed windows and recessed doors, as we see in the Kibet Kayefa model that we see in a minute, and then the flanking columns with volute or vegetal capitals, here reconstructed as drooping leaves, but could have been also depicted as volute capitals, and the flanking wing hybrid protectors called cherubim in the Hebrew Bible, made of olive wood and covered with gold. So again, inlaid wood. And wood panels also featuring cherubim or sphinxes and stylized trees are described in the Bible. So just to say that about the Phoenician sanctuaries layout and its possible influence on others is, still highly debated. But there are common denominators that emerge, such as the ones that we have highlighted, and especially the volute capital seems to be attached to this sacred context of tomb or sanctuary. The Naiskoi in turn confirmed this picture. Very quickly, just to show other examples from the Levant in general, there are many, just to show that in their own level or manner of miniaturizing religious architecture or installations, they show the same elements, the cavito, cornice in this case, wings and discs. Also, these are a feature of Naiskoi with the rear cobras, flanking columns with volute capitals. So you saw in the previous examples and in these examples. So, what we're highlighting here is that we have this context on Cyprus, in Israel, from 3 different types of representations and contexts, which all have together, in all of which you have together the Sphinx and the stylized tree, and often the recessed window or door features. And this appears in various types of media. So that can also be represented with other types of variations on the Sphinx, such as the ram-headed Sphinx or the falcon-headed Sphinx, which is the griffin. But one feature that we want to point out that really connects, like it's kind of the clincher connecting the hybrid protective creature with the capital, is that they appear nibbling on the fruit of this palm volute, which is a very specific connection. So our suggestions. Well, here just to point out again that in some contexts you actually have together a panel, in this case, covering a wood object, showing on one side the Sphinx with a little volute capital, and on the other volute and palmette, all these Egyptianizing motifs. So very quickly, some conclusions in a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. We have the following suggestions then. We suggest that...
You have 2 more minutes.
Oh, yes, we will be quick. We must take the effort to visualize the ancient wooden material, especially in Phoenician material culture, where it was such an important element. And plasticity, colorless pattern, and raised narrow outlines are indicators of Phoenician woodcraft. We suggest that small-scale ivories mirror large-scale Phoenician wooden objects and iconographies, and that large-scale super-Egyptianizing limestone material mirrors large-scale Phoenician wooden artifacts. And accepting the presence of such colorful Phoenician woodwork would reinforce the generally accepted idea that the Phoenicians introduced the volute capital motif in 1st millennium BCE elite art, notwithstanding the early Israelite stone versions. These stone versions were probably modeled on the Phoenician type, which is attested in every other media.
And I will gloss over this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to gloss over this, that, well, again, we need to read them. This is a motif that seems very successful across the Mediterranean and in local adaptations, especially the volute capital and the Sphinx, not so much the uraei. And so the point of wood has been made. And then just to throw there a suggestion, and Fanny, you can show that slide, just to say that we also think that it's worth considering the possibility that the volute capital is in dialogue with real vegetation that requires water, such as papyri and lotuses, that are so important in the symbolic realm of Phoenician culture, also drawing on Egyptian culture, and that would be actually archaeologically very plausible given remains from sanctuary areas that we point out there and palace areas. So a good merging of kind of symbolic and real sensorial experience of sacred places. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry for the 2 extra minutes.
No,
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, we're okay. But we move on. So the next paper is by the organizer of this workshop, Meir Adrai, and actually I wanted to thank both him and our next speaker, also from Haifa, Oad Cohen, for putting Haifa on the Phoenician stage. I think there's more to come from this direction. So, Meir Adrai is an archaeologist dealing with the Phoenician culture in the Eastern and Western Mediterranean. His research focuses on the Phoenician religious and cultic practices and their manifestation in the material culture. He's an adjunct lecturer at the Department of Maritime Civilizations in the University of Haifa and at the Department of Archaeology and Ancient Near Eastern Cultures in Tel Aviv University. He's also a research associate in the Leon Rekanati Institute for Maritime Studies at the University of Haifa. And in 2019, I believe, I think all of you know that his book, The Phoenicians in the Eastern Mediterranean during Iron 1 to 3 period, it has a very long title, I'm not reading all of it, has been published by Ugarit Verlag, so it's going to be probably one of the major textbooks on Phoenicians, mainly East, but also West. So thank you, and Meir, go ahead.
Thank you, Ayala. It was actually reduced to Phoenician identity in context. So,
okay.
But yeah, okay, so thank you all, and I'll quickly start because we're a little behind. So the Persian period was the pinnacle of the Phoenician culture in the Eastern Mediterranean. During that time, the leading city-states of Phoenicia, Sidon, Tyre, and Arwad were given dominance over the entire southern Levantine coast and seem to have spread even further inland. The famous Eshmunezer inscription reveals that this vast stretch of land was awarded to them by the Achaemenid court. In return, the Phoenicians offered their allegiance and the use of their fleets for the Achaemenid monarchs' military ventures. The southern Levantine coast became the western border of the empire, which was open to attacks from both the Aegeans and Egypt, and therefore it was in the interest of the Achaemenid court to keep the Phoenician city-states Persian sympathetic. Herodotus and other classical sources indicate that the Achaemenid court and the city-states of Phoenicia enjoyed especially warm relations. According to Herodotus, after conquering Egypt, Cambyses sought to conquer other areas of Africa, including Carthage. However, since the Phoenicians refused to act against their kin, the campaign was abandoned. While the credibility of this tale is doubtful, it does serve to emphasize the familiarity the Phoenicians had with the Achaemenid court. Among the city-states of Phoenicia, Sidon enjoyed the most favorable relations. Written sources indicate that Sidon, or rather the nearby town of Bustan al-Sheikh, was chosen as the seat of the Persian governor for Aber Nahar satrapy, that a royal garden, or paradisos, a symbol of Persian rule, was built there, and that when the Persian king ventured out to sea, he did so exclusively in a Sidonian ship. Indeed, excavations and surveys at Bustan al-Sheikh reveal authentic Achaemenid architecture decorative elements that have not been found elsewhere, anywhere else in the southern Levant. So such a relationship would no doubt include various cultural influences in which the Phoenicians would be on the more receptive side. Evidence of such strong cultural influence can be seen, for instance, in Herodotus, who tells us that the Phoenicians claim that they originated from the Persian Gulf. This is a well-known phenomenon in antiquity in which various cultures boasted in a more prestigious origin from what they perceived as a culturally superior region. But such an influence may also be reflected in the material culture, and perhaps most vividly in the cultic material of the Phoenicians during the Persian period. During this time, we witnessed both changes to long practiced traditions as well as new phenomena that may be related to Achaemenid or even early Zoroastrian influences. The common perception among modern scholars is that the Achaemenids were religiously tolerant and did not interfere with the beliefs of their subordinates. Yet this does not mean that certain Achaemenid practices, including Zoroastrian religious beliefs and attitudes, could not be adopted and assimilated into various cultures under their hegemony. Such influences would no doubt be intensified, especially from the reign of Darius I, who institutionalized Zoroastrianism as the official religion of the royal family and the Persian Empire. So let's now review some of these supposed influences and how they are reflected in the material culture of the Phoenicians. Phoenician temple architecture stems from a long practiced Bronze Age Canaanite tradition. It appears that during the Iron Age, the main type of temple plan used by the Phoenicians was the bent entry plan. This architectural plan first appeared in the southern Levant already during the early Bronze Age, or perhaps even earlier at Byblos, but during the Iron Age, it appears predominantly in Phoenician sites along the coast. During the Persian period, from the 5th or early 4th century BCE, this millennia-old plan is partly abandoned in favor of other architectural plans, among them the courtyard house plan. This new plan was not new at all, as it was known in the region since the Neolithic period. During the late Iron Age, the Assyrians regularly utilized the courtyard house plan for public structures following Mesopotamian traditions, yet it was only during the Persian period that the courtyard house was widely adopted throughout the southern Levant and employed for both private and public architecture. In fact, it was the most commonly used architectural plan in the southern Levant during the era, continuing into later times as well. Although there's no direct evidence to suggest this plan was imported from Persia, their widespread adoption for buildings of different functions could suggest a common source for this phenomenon. Furthermore, one cannot completely rule out an Achaemenid influence, as this architectural plan was also widely popular in the area of modern Iran from the 6th millennia BCE. And during the Persian period, Darius I constructed his royal palaces at Susa and Persepolis according to the courtyard house plan combined with Achaemenid features. Therefore, it is more than possible that this revolutionary king who reorganized the empire, who connected its furthest regions with a complex road system, and even introduced coinage, could have been influential enough to start an architectural trend. But in one specific instance, we can see a clear and direct Achaemenid influence on the Phoenician cultic architecture. During the Persian period, a temple was constructed at Bustan al-Sheikh, located some 3 kilometers north of Sidon. The temple itself was not preserved, so we have no idea of its plan. However, it was constructed over an artificial platform that was built against the side of a hill. And the closest parallel to this architectural feature can be found, as you can see here, in the Achaemenid capital of Pasargadae, dated to the reign of Darius I. Moving on, another aspect that may have been influenced by Achaemenids, or more specifically by Zoroastrian beliefs, is Phoenician burial practices. During the Iron Age, the Phoenicians assimilated the Hindu-European practice of cremation, which was likely imported into the southern Levant by certain Sea People groups in the 11th century BCE. But from the 10th century BCE, the Phoenicians began to practice cremation alongside inhumation. And during the Iron Age, cremation became so popular in Phoenicia, it rivaled the traditional inhumation and may have surpassed it in the 8th century BCE. However, this practice disappears completely from the 6th century BCE. The assimilation and acculturation process of this foreign practice is very interesting, but shall not be discussed here today. Its complete absence from the 6th century BC onwards is interesting on its own and warrants an explanation. It appears that after the 8th century BCE, cremation became less popular in Phoenicia. However, its absolute halt during the 6th century could suggest a more than a natural gradient decline in popularity. One of the reasons for the abandonment of this practice could be found in the ancient Zoroastrian belief concerning the sanctity of fire and the impure and defiling qualities of the deceased body. Herodotus tells us that the reverence the Persians had for fire, he tells us about the reverence the Persians had for fire among other elements. And in a quote of the 5th century BC author Xanthos of Lydia by Nicholas of Damascus, a 1st century BC historian, we're told that the teaching of Zoroaster forbade the burning of bodies in order to prevent the corruption of the purity of fire. Although it is unclear whether or not this is a Hellenistic period commentary on an ancient source or not, the sanctity of fire was certainly one of the oldest traditions of the Zoroastrian belief. In fact, even the word for priest in Old Persian, as it appears in Achaemenid documents, means one who makes the fire grow. Therefore, it is more than possible that this tradition, which was already losing popularity in Phoenicia, was completely abandoned during the Persian period due to Achaemenid or Zoroastrian influences. Another Phoenician funerary tradition that grows in popularity during the Persian period is interment in stone sarcophagi. Burial in stone coffin was practiced by Phoenician monarchs since the Middle Bronze Age, a tradition that was doubtless imported from Egypt and continues into the Iron Age, as evident by the elaborate Ahiram sarcophagus. Until the Persian period, only monarchs were awarded such extravagant burials. However, from the 5th century BCE, we noticed an increase in the use of stone sarcophagi for interment by the Phoenician elite. And Sidon became the leading production center of anthropomorphic marble and stone sarcophagi. The earlier Phoenician sarcophagi imitated the Egyptian style, while later the Greek artistic style became more popular. There's no doubt that Egypt, with its long-lasting tradition of burial in sarcophagi, was a major influence for this phenomenon, but it is possible that the widespread use of sarcophagi during the 5th and 4th century BC into the Phoenician socioeconomic elite can also be attributed to an Achaemenid Zoroastrian influence. The Zoroastrians believed that the impurity of the dead body could not only defile fire, as I mentioned earlier, but also earth and water, two other important elements that the Zoroastrians held in reverence. This is why the Achaemenid social elite utilized various funerary solutions that were meant to keep the deceased from contact with earth, such as exposure of the body to vultures and dogs, and the interment of the fleshless bones in rock-cut pits known as astodans. Herodotus even mentions coating the dead body in wax as a form of barrier with the ground. But the Achaemenid kings, starting with Darius I, used stone sarcophagi inside rock-cut tombs. Therefore, it is more than possible that the spread of this funerary tradition into Phoenician society during the 5th and 4th century BCE can be attributed to Achaemenid Zoroastrian influences. And the fact that this form of burial is not practiced after the 4th century BCE can also strengthen this hypothesis. It's also possible that the increased use of rock-cut shaft tombs during the Persian period is another manifestation of the same ideology. Another phenomenon characteristic of the Persian period in the southern Levant that may be traced to Achaemenid Zoroastrian influence is that of dog burials. Ever since the initial discovery of mass burials in 1985 at Ashkelon, many more dog burial sites were discovered, and various scholars offered explanations to account for these burials. In the past, most scholars turned to a cultic explanation, while later attitudes explored economic and social reasons. It's my personal opinion that the dog burials should be understood in the context of cultic rituals based on comparisons to other ancient Near Eastern cultures who sacrificed dogs either as an offering to various deities or as a component in a ritual, which were later disposed of by the act of burial. Therefore, the dog burial sites in the southern Levant can be somewhat equated to Tophet sites in the central Mediterranean, where both human infants and animals were offered to the gods and then buried in the ground. The traditional attitude towards dogs in the southern Levant was ambivalent. On the one hand, dogs were recognized for their positive traits as loyal companions, as guardians, also useful for herding and hunting. But on the other hand, dogs were also considered unclean, chthonic animals associated with impurity. Both of these attitudes are evident in written sources from the Alamalna letters and all the way to the Hebrew Bible. It seems, however, that the latter attitude was more prevalent when it came to cultic rituals, as almost any other animal that was sacrificed in the ancient Near East was also eaten, while the bones of dogs seldom display cut marks, even when they appear alongside other animals or butchered animals in cultic contexts. However, it's possible that during the Persian period, the attitude towards dogs shifted further towards the positive side due to Zoroastrian influences. Zoroastrian scriptures, such as the Zend Avesta, suggested the dog was the second most important being in the eyes of Ahura Mazda, the chief deity in Zoroastrianism, after humans. And Herodotus tells us that the Persian priests, the Magi, would sacrifice any creature except for humans and dogs. We also have Pompeius Trogus, who is quoted by Justinianus, says that Darius sent a royal decree to the people of Carthage, demanding that they would cease the practice of child sacrifice and the consumption of dog meat. From these texts, we can infer that the Zoroastrian attitude towards dog was prevalent already during the Persian period, if not earlier. If during this period, the Phoenicians began to reevaluate their attitude towards dog under Achaemenid influences and started seeing them as a more important animal, it is also possible that their symbolic value had increased, which suddenly made them a more suitable candidate for offering. It's also possible, as suggested by Dixon, that dogs were awarded a higher social status during the Persian period, and as such were presented with a simple burial similar to that of a human of a low socioeconomic status. The fact that this is a short-lived phenomenon dated from the 5th to the 4th century BCE seems again to strengthen the theory that the dog burials were related to an Achaemenid influence. To conclude, during the Persian period, from the 6th century, but especially during the 5th and 4th century BCE, the cultic material culture of the Phoenician underwent several dramatic changes, as noted in temple architecture and funerary practices and the peculiar phenomenon of dog burials. These either represent an intensification of earlier traditions that were practiced sporadically or radical changes that first appeared during this period. As presented above, these practices are in accordance with early Zoroastrian traditions and belief, as evident by the archaeological record and contemporary written sources, and can therefore be attributed to an Achaemenid or early Zoroastrian influence. Among the Phoenician city-states, Sidon seems to have been most affected. This is not surprising, considering it enjoyed the warmest relations with the Achaemenid court, and that through the seat of the Persian governor at Bustanes-Shik, Sidon, or the Sidonian elites, came into direct contact with Achaemenid officials, which could have served as cultural agents. Naturally, the Phoenicians did not assimilate these Persian practices ad verbum, but rather adapted them to their own Phoenician or Phoenico-Canaanite culture, as they did previously with Egyptian and Assyrian influences. The fact that many of these practices did not persist after the fall of the Persian Empire suggests they may have originated in Achaemenid influences. Thank you.
Right on time. Actually, you have 1 more minute. But thank you very much. It was really interesting. But we move to the next lecture, Ohad Cohen. Dr. Ohad Cohen is a historical linguist and a comparative Semitist. In his studies, he focuses on ancient Hebrew in its Northwest Semitic settings, on language contact between the different Canaanite dialects during the Persian period in Palestine, in particular between Phoenician and Hebrew, as well as on applying multidisciplinary methods in comparing between modern Palestinian Arabic dialects and the ancient linguistic milieu. In a recent article, he proposes that Phoenician has a significant role in shaping late biblical Hebrew. Excuse me. Currently, Dr. Cohen serves as the head of the Hebrew language department at the University of Haifa. So, Ohad, bevakasha.
Hi, thank you very much, Ayelet. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. First of all, I would like to thank both Asaf and Meir for inviting me to speak tonight in the last minute. Just a second. Oops.
We see your presentation.
No, yeah, the presentation start. Just a second. I will take. Okay, maybe I will work like that. Okay, for inviting me to speak tonight in this workshop. As Ayelet said, I'm a linguistic, so I will add some observations on language for our discussion tonight. The focus of my my paper tonight is about the Aramaic form leheve, which is under dispute in the last 100 years or so in the research, in the linguistic research of biblical Aramaic. The main problem with this form is that it doesn't fit anything that we know from morphology of Aramaic. What is this form? The problem is that if we it's used in the biblical Hebrew as a future form, like yaktub, so it should be yeheve. One of the explanations for this weird form is the taboo, the avoidance of the use of the tetragrammaton in Aramaic. As you can see here, this form cannot, the form that I just quote here below, lemiv'e, is infinitive. So it cannot be infinitive because if it is infinitive, it should add the mem there. And if it is a future form, then what the lamed is doing there. Let's see the data, or let's see what we have. These forms of leheve appears only in biblical Aramaic and in the Aramaic of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It appears 24 times in the Bible, both in Daniel and Ezra, the Aramaic parts of Daniel and Ezra, and in the Dead Sea Scrolls. As you can see here, most of the forms are leheve, but there are also some more expected form as yeheve. The main conflict, or the main problem of the researchers, is how to explain these forms. Most of the scholars agree that the avoidance of writing a form that looks like the name of God was the inner, or the motivation behind this weird form. The big question is where the lamed came from. One of the things that one of the earlier research that deal with these forms back in the 1960s was Yechezkel Kutcher, and he said that we should think that the lamed there should be recognized by the audience of these texts. It should mean something. Otherwise, one would expect that if you want to avoid the name of God, right in the name of God, you can use tzaddik, you can use kuf, you can use other letter. So the main question is what the lamed is doing there. As you can see here, most of the explanation that we have to this form until today are mostly typological one. Kucher thought that it might be the lamed came from Eastern origin of official Aramaic, because in Eastern Aramaic, in the, for example, Syriac, the third person is written with lamed. For example, in Babylonian Talmud, Rachmana litzlan means that God will save us. The lamed is used as a prefix for third person. The main problem with all these explanation, as you can see here, that goes to Syriac, Babylonian Aramaic, Ge'ez, Tigre, and even the Aramaic dialect from Zingerli in the 10th century BCE, is there are non-historical one. The explanation are typological. They jump 800 years forward, 500 years earlier, but they do not explain what happened in Jerusalem or in Judea during the Persian period. I believe that part of the problem for the fact that we are not able to explain these forms is in our linguistic historical model. What you can see here on the left is the historical model of one of the important researchers of late biblical Hebrew, or late biblical also Aramaic. He said that if we check late biblical Hebrew, we can find Persian loanword, Aramaic influence, rabbinical Hebrew, and independent inner biblical Hebrew development. The problem is that this historical model do not reflect what we see in the famous saying by Nehemiah in Nehemiah 13. I will read, although also in these days I saw Judean that has married women of Ashdod, of Ammon, of Moab, and their children have spoke in the dialect of the Ashdodian, and they do not speak in the dialect of the Judean, and so on. So nothing of this description can be found in the Avi Hurwitz historical model. If we ask ourselves, where are the records for this? I will call it Canaanite melting pot, or language contact that Nehemiah described in his word. There is a very interesting answer for that. In the last 25 years or so, almost 2,000 ostraka have been found in the territory of Idumea, which increased dramatically our knowledge of the period. What we see when we check the epigraphy in the southern part of Palestine during this period is that there is an interesting correlation between the theophoric component and the administrative units. On the coast, in the administrative units of Ashdod, the most dominant theophoric name is Baal. In Idumea, the most dominant theophoric name is Kos, and in Judean, the most dominant name is Yud-Hei Vav. As you can see, there are also other dots in these different colors. And what are these other dots? These other dots represent the fact that during this period, there is a very, very strong multi-ethnic reality among the inhabitants of the southern part of Israel. In Nehemiah words, he speaks about the Tyrian who lived in Jerusalem, and in other place in Nehemiah 4, he said about the Judean that dwelt by them. So the Judean lived together with the Phoenician and with the Edomites, and the other way around. We try once again, just a second. Oops. Oh, okay, it works. Just a second, because I have here. Oh. Okay. I'm returning back to the words of Nehemiah. What Nehemiah described in his words is a very intense situation of language contact between very close Canaanite dialects. The same situation that Nehemiah is described in his words, we have almost the same situation in modern Israel. If we compare what happened between these Canaanite dialects to the Palestinian Arab dialects of modern Israel. As you can see here, in the center, this is a part of PhD research that have been done on the Arabic of villages around Nazareth. As you can see, the same how to say, the same dynamic that Nehemiah represents in his word, you can see in modern Palestine today. I will focus now on the importance of the personal names within these ostraca that have been found in Edomea. The personal name have very unique linguistic features. These are examples that I took pictures on my way to Haifa University. I just drive through two Druze villages and took pictures of these commercial signs that you can see here. What is interesting by comparing the ostraca from Edomea to these signs is the function of, or the relationship between the administrative language, which I mark here in red, in Aramaic ostraca. This is the framework. The framework of these ostraca is written in very good Imperial Aramaic, but the personal names represent a completely different linguistic situation, as you can see in these signs from these Arab villages. All the names, the personal names, are written in Arabic, but the rest is in Hebrew. The same thing we can see in the ostraca from Edomea. If we look at these ostraca, we can see different kind of theophorical names. One of the interesting things is that in these names, there is sometimes we can find theophoric name kos plus iktol plus the future form. For example, here kos in kom. I read it as this is an Hebrew name. The other name here, kos, not kos with yud, but kos with the verb is not with yud, but with lamed, kos lintzor. Actually, these two kinds of theophoric names are very, very popular. You can see the list here: Ye'edar El, Yikna El, Ishmael, and so on and so forth. And Le'edar El, Lintzor El, Kos Le'alaf, and so on and so forth. So you can see that the Yud and the Lamed are very easily switched between them. I assume that this lamed originates in the not in lamed that comes from for example Syriac, but from the Phoenician infinitive construct. Because if we check the Phoenician grammar, we can see that through all the historical phase of Phoenician, both in the standard dialect of Sidon, and later on in Phoenician and even in Neo-Punic, we can find that infinitive construct used as a future form. As you can see here, Kol zevach asher adam lizboach, and not izbach, okay? But this infinitive is used as as a future. Any sacrifice that a person will sacrifice. So this lamed was very, very common in Phoenician, and I assume that that was a part of the confusion that we see here. If we, I'm going further and looking on the distribution of personal names, and I compare here what we find in Idumea versus what we find in the Aramaic text in Elephantine. Checking the personal names, only the personal names, you can see that there are many things that I can say about this diagram, but I will focus tonight only on the difference between the 63% of Canaanite personal names versus 25% of Judean names in Elephantine. What is interesting here is not the fact that the difference between 63% and 25%, but the inner distribution of the Canaanite element in Idumea. As you can see here, 45% is general Canaanite. For example, if I'm taking the root Katav, I cannot distinguish whether this is Judean, Phoenician, or Edomite. But if I'm taking other components, some of them are characteristics. And I can say, for example, the root Natan is a Judean. The verb Yaton will be Phoenician. The verb Yehav will be Aramaic. So in the places where I can distinguish between them, I can see this mix. If you ask yourself, in what evidence do we have in history for Nehemiah words, this is the diagram that you should look at. Half of them speak Ashdodit, and they don't know how to speak Judean, neither any other dialect. Okay, this is the mix that we can see that reflects, at least in my perspective, Nehemiah words concerning the Canaanite melting pot. It is very clear where you compare that. You want to know how religious syncretism looks like. This is a very good example here. There is a wonderful word in English, encapsulate. I think that if we look in this example, this encapsulates the entire picture. All these examples are one name, like Elnatan or Yonatan or Netanyahu, and so forth and so on. Kos is a theophoric name plus third person katal form Yehav. What you can see here in example 27 is that Kos is Edomite, Yehav is Aramaic. In 28, Kos is Edomite, Wahab is Arabic. Kos in 29, Edomite, Natan is Judean. Baal, Phoenician, Yaton, Phoenician, Natan, Judean, Baal, Phoenician, Natan, Judean, Maran, Aramaic, and so on. That reminds me the mobility, fluidity, and the locality that we discussed earlier tonight. Okay, this is exactly what you can see here. What I'm trying to say that the form leheve is a combination between lamed that comes from Phoenician and the root hava that comes from Aramaic might be still. This is a still problematic, or there are problems with this conception. And one of the problem is that I'm taking one part of the name from Phoenician, another part of the name from Aramaic. As you can see here, this syncretism or Canaanite melting pot, you can see also in other names in this period. For example, I just deal with example 39, Khalfat Bar Samoch. Khalfat is a Phoenician name, Bar Aramaic name, and Samuch probably a Judean one. So you can see in one name different components from both Phoenician, Aramaic, and Judean, and this is not a rare example. So summary: the form leheve in biblical Aramaic, at least in my perspective, started from the taboo issue of the pronunciation of the tetragrammaton. It reveals a situation that we see in the southern part of Palestine during the Persian period of religious syncretism. It is part of the Canaanite melting pot that we see in other aspects of the language during this period. And in order to solve this problem, we should take in our consideration both Judean, Phoenician, and Aramaic. And I think that this direction is much more historical one, and that gives the solution to this problem, not from Mesopotamia during the 5th century CE, but from Palestine during the Persian period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ohad. I have a question, but I will wait with it. So I'm opening the virtual floor for questions for all the speakers of this session. Please raise your hands physically or virtually.
Yeah.
Ken, Meir.
Hi. Okay, so I have two questions. First, for Carolina and Fanny, I'm wondering, most of the examples that you showed come in pairs. So I'm wondering if you think there's any meaning for this duality, or is it just an aesthetic element?
Right, like the capitals.
Yeah.
I'll just say off the top of my instinct would be that they're often flanking, or imagined as flanking something, just as you would put two palm trees like at the entrance of a temple, I suppose. But they work as framing entrances often, or imaginary entrances, or something like that in the Naisco, like as part of the frame. So I think that would make up for the duality, but then they appear everywhere, like in larger groups, like in the balustrade, or obviously sometimes would just be more ornamental, but we think there's that symbology behind it. But yeah, the pairs in the temple description of the temple, also in the temple of Gadir, there's the idea that there's these two columns that are characteristic of the temple of Melkart entire. Yeah, exactly. So there might be something special there. Fanny, do you have anything to add?
Well, I think absolutely the protective powers of two items or two objects or two beings, like the kilt-wearing male figure coming in duality, and like the two columns with the capitals, or the two sphinxes with the upper topic, or the two lions. Yes, absolutely. Guarding the sanctuary entrance, guarding the tomb entrance, guarding the throne. That's surely something that was very characteristic. And then in the paper we presented the connection between the Sphinx and the stylized tree, which we see as crucial also, and even perhaps in the Sphinx feeding from this tree, the connection between them then being that the either one could perhaps not always go without the other. Suggestion, yeah.
I also have a question for Ohad. In your diagram, you showed general Canaanite. How do you differentiate that from Phoenician?
Okay,
just based on the
as I said, there are components that if, for example, if I'm taking the root katav can be Judean, can be Phoenician, can be Edomite. I cannot distinguish. Okay, but if I'm taking the root Natan, it will be Natan in Judean, it will be Yaton in Phoenician, it will be Yehav in Aramaic, it will be Wahab in Arabic. So these are components that I can distinguish. So there is a general Canaanite. This is the part that one cannot distinguish between, and there are some specific characterized. By the way, these diagrams of the different components are really, really interesting in comparing the community in Elephantine versus what we find in Idumea. One of the things that I forgot to say is that in both Elephantine and Idumea, in Aramaic, they use the form Yud Hey Vav Hey and not Lamed Hey Vav Hey. So we have three different communities. One in Elephantine, these are Judean who are not under the Canaanite melting pot. So they use these archaic Judean forms and they are not interfere with this Lamed. The community in Idumea is Edomite, so they don't have problem with this Yud Hey Vav Hey. So you find it there, but the community in Jerusalem use the Lamed. So in the same kind of language, this is an official administrative Aramaic. So I think the comparison between the three different communities is a strong one.
Meir, I have a technical questions. Can the attendees ask questions?
Yeah,
Can they be connected?
if they raise their hand, we can
So-
allow them.
Okay, I don't really see them. So if anyone
I see them.
wants to ask, you do. So please take over.
So like I've written in the chat, if anybody has a question, they can use the raise hand function, and then I'll award them talk privileges.
So I have a question to Ohad. What you said about Nehemiah, does it mean that you think that the book was written in the 5th century and is relevant?
You're putting me a trap here. I will not pinpoint the exact date, okay? But it can. What we see, this Canaanite melting pot, I believe, continue. It's not something that it is truth only in the 5th century. I think it is also had a very, very big impact during all the Second Temple period. Okay. For example, this is something that we see in the Dead Sea Scrolls Aramaic. But by the way, only in these two corpora, in Biblical Hebrew and Dead Sea Scrolls Aramaic, and not nowhere else. Okay, this is a unique phenomena only for these two corpora. So I believe that the Canaanite melting pot, or the situation of this multi-ethnic different Canaanite elements is something that continue also after the end of the Persian period, enter into the Hellenistic period as well.
Thank you. Mary, you have you have control. You have control. I don't see. No, I
have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, if there's anybody in the chat.
No.
Yeah, for Meir, very, very nice. I have a comment, kind of general comment, and a more specific question. And the comment is that, I mean, I really like what you're doing. You're opening up new avenues to understanding that relationship in, the Persian period between Persians and Phoenicians. And to reinforce your argument, you can also add that they were, I mean, the Phoenicians were the navy of the Persians, right? I mean, we know that they had all sorts of, I mean, they were in a relationship of alliance and, alliance and subserviency as well, right? But you would think that would make stronger the argument that you don't need to look for sort of sporadic contacts, but that there would be a very strong interest by the elites, especially to be, to do some kind of, to have gestures of emulation to the Persian elites as well. And that may be why it would have faded afterwards as well, more easily. But then the double side of that, and this is kind of part of our question, is, I guess, how deep would those changes have gone into actual religious beliefs? Like in the case of fire, I mean, it's a suggestive idea, but I think that's the association of fire with purification is so strong in the Phoenician world as in the Greek world. You sacrifice with fire. There is the egesis, presumed ritual. So besides cremation, like fire has particular kind of opposite association in the Phoenician world. So would you think that if these are changes that go more along the sort of elite gestures, do you really see, how likely do you see that there will be like kind of deep changes in beliefs that are so prolonged kind of in ritual practice and belief in the Phoenician world? And then the other question would be about the sarcophagi. Since the sarcophagi has such a long history in the Phoenician realm, even if they adopt and write in different styles, as they should, and the Persians don't seem to do sarcophagi, but on this period, would you contemplate the possibility that it goes the other way around, that the Persians are adopting a Greek or Phoenician practice by doing sarcophagi for instance? Could it go either way?
Yeah, okay, starting with the last part, absolutely. I think that, influences, it's a two-way street always. And actually, it's very interesting that the sarcophagi that are found in Darius are so similar to what we find in the Levant a bit later with the gabled roofs. And before that, if you look at the tomb of Sarius, you only see, again, this abstinence, this use of an element to keep the dead body of the king away from the ground, but in a different way that could be interpreted as some sort of sarcophagus, but it's not as similar as it is in the case of Darius. So it's absolutely something that can go both ways. But I think it's really interesting that this phenomenon of sarcophagi, of course, appears from the Middle Bronze Age, as I've said, and into the Persian period. But then during the Persian period, it becomes something of a status symbol, not only of the royalty, but also of the elites. And so it sips down. It sips down into the society, and especially in Sidon, where you see this connection with the royal or the official Achaemenid, court. So that's one thing. As regarding fire, there's actually a very interesting phenomenon that comes also from Elephantine in Egypt with the Jewish community. And the Jewish community was actually forced, I would say, or something like that, or ordered not to sacrifice with fire anymore in their temple at Elephantine. So I think it's, I don't know if it was something that was of an order, stop doing that, as they also may have done with a decree to Carthage, stop eating dogs. But there is something there, and it's something that's worth looking into, because you have such a popular practice in the Iron Age that stops completely in the 6th century, and you have to wonder why. And I don't think that you can interpret it as a practical, practical reason, because some people said that, during the Iron Age, the Phoenicians didn't have a lot of space. They were narrowed into Phoenician, so they started doing smaller things. But I don't think that's true, because where you see where they bury, and they bury in places that are not used for agriculture or habitation. So these places like the coast or mountains and rocky outcrops. So I don't think we should look at a practical reason here, but rather something of influences or cultural changes.
Actually, what you said about a possible decree or something coming from top down would make more sense to me than a change in eschatological beliefs. That's very interesting. Thanks.
I think we're just 3 minutes over schedule. So one last question, Fabio, and then we're into our intermission.
Yeah, we'll take a break.
So yes, thanks. It was for Ohad. I really enjoyed your paper. I completely agree with what you showed about the international language circulating in that period. And I think that the comparison with nowadays advertisements that you see in your trip toward your job is completely exact and targeting well the point. I would be just a bit more prudent concerning the statistics that you propose with the ethnicity. This is an old problem. Because while I would tend to agree with you when you said there are differences that you can trace on verbal systems, so Natanya, tone, I would follow you. When you deal with theophoric elements, I wouldn't be that sure. I mean, when there is a Baal theophoric element, if there is not yet tone, if there is something that could be Canaanite, let's say, I wouldn't say that's Phoenician. And the same for Kos. So I think it would be worth to differentiate, because with theophoric elements, I would be more prudent. But that was just a suggestion.
Thank you, Fabio, very much. Actually, I have an MA student who is writing these days her thesis on this linguistic milieu. What we see in language, if I'm taking aside all the theophorical gods, is not less than amazing. So what you can see there is a mixture of all these dialects. This is something that you cannot see in Aramaic, because Aramaic is the official language. It's with very strict norms, but the personal names is completely different fields. And I agree with you that one should be very careful with the theophorical names, but there is a lot of data which are not the theophorical names, but just the linguistical forms. But this is still need to be investigated. We are only at the beginning of this research. There are hundreds of names that we should describe. Thank you.
I'm looking forward.
Good.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we should end here, and we shorten our break, and we meet in 10 minutes, 8 o'clock, Mid-Eastern time.
Yeah, okay.
See you then.
So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a productive short break. And we will continue with our talks. And thank you again for everyone for staying with us and being with us for this really interesting workshop. Of course, I'm biased, but you know. So I would like to I'd like to present now our next speaker, Anne Killebrew. Anne Killebrew is an associate professor in classics. Just a second, sorry. So Anne Killebrew is an associate professor in classics and ancient Mediterranean studies, Jewish studies, and anthropology at the Pennsylvania State University. She has participated in or directed numerous archaeological projects in Israel, including Jericho, Dar el-Balach, Tel Mikne, Ekron, Tel Bet She'an, Megiddo, Katzrin, and Kassion, sorry. Currently, she is the director of the Bay of Iskandrun Landscape Archaeology Project in Turkey and the co-director of the Tel Akko Total Archaeology Project. Her current research interests include the Bronze and Iron Ages in the Eastern Mediterranean, with a focus on the Philistines and Phoenicians, Roman and Byzantine Palestine, and community-based archaeology. Take it away, Anne. You need to unmute yourself.
See, there's unmute, and let me just see here if I can share. I have several screens, so you let me know what you see here. Let's see.
I think you need to swap the
I'll
view.
swap it out. Yeah, just a second here. Let me just display. Okay, how's that?
Yep.
Okay, great. And let me just do one additional thing here. Let me get one other. There we go. Okay. Now I'm all set with all my different screens. First of all, I'd like to thank Mary Adri for organizing this workshop. I think it's a really fascinating topic and something that has long deserved attention. And I'm looking forward to working with you, Meir, and with all the workshop participants on the publication, and I'm sure we'll be in a lot of communication about that shortly. I think it's going to be a really beautiful, visually impressive publication. So I'm looking forward to that. Okay. Let's see there. Situated on a natural bay along the central Levantine coast, where the Naman River flows into the Mediterranean Sea, Akko has politically, culturally, and economically dominated the plain of Akko throughout its history. Excavations during the past 5 decades on Tel Akko have revealed its key role as a major Canaanite and Phoenician maritime and industrial center for over 3 millennia. During the Hellenistic period, settlement moved westward off the Tel, following the receding Mediterranean coastline. However, although there was no permanent settlement on the mound during the post-Hellenistic periods, the Tel continued to be utilized during the next 2,000 years. This included robbing of ashlar building stones, the Tel use as a Kurkar quarry, and extensive damage to the Tel due to military trenches dug during the Crusader, Ottoman, and British Mandate periods. Thus, these post-Hellenistic activities have caused serious damage to the Hellenistic and Persian remains. The most recent excavations, directed by myself and Michal Artzi, have focused on Area A, which you can see here on the slide, which had been extensively excavated by Moshe Dotan between 1973 and 1989. What you see in blue are the Dotan excavations, and what you see in red are our area of excavations. In 2018, a new excavation field designated as Area Z was opened to the south of Area A. My presentation will focus on the evidence of cultic activities found in association with the Persian period industrial scale ironsmithy. These include introduction to the Persian period ironsmithy industrial area, cultic installations and objects associated with the Persian period ironsmithing industrial zone. These include a standing stone and possible associated lamb sacrifice, monkey pendants / figurines located next to a hearth, and lastly, the Phoenician inscription. Among our most significant discoveries in Area A is a unique Persian period ironsmithing area that produced iron objects on an unprecedented industrial scale. Unfortunately, large sections of this workshop was excavated and removed by Dotan. And although iron slag is regularly mentioned in his field notes, he never addressed or mentioned the significance of these huge quantities of iron slag. Our renewed excavations in the areas where Dotan did not remove the Persian period have revealed what remains of this massive ironsmithy industry. So the point I'm trying to make here is this ironsmithing area was much larger, but we don't really have a good record of it. The most significant cultic finds associated with the iron smithy are from row 19, which you can see in front of you, the southernmost row of our Area A. And if you look here at the very end, you can see the standing stone, which I'll talk about in some detail. The working areas comprise a series of surfaces and surface buildups, which you can see in the section here, labeled stratum A4A and stratum A4B on this slide. The buildup is a significant indicator of a long period of use that spanned the entire, in our opinion, the entire Persian period. The actual remains of the smithing industrial area are visually not very impressive, as you saw in the previous slide. These remains comprise of poorly preserved cobble or beaten earth sherd surfaces, such as you can see in this slide, with embedded iron slag fragments and slag cakes. And if you look at the detail here, you can see a complete slag cake, you can see fragments of slag cakes, and you can see quite a few pottery sherds. Huge quantities of iron slag, weighing 368 kilos as of 2019, have been recovered thus far. This, together with hearths, tuyers, and hammer scales, testify to the scale and intensity of ironsmithing in Area A. As illustrated in this pie chart, the vast majority of the slag is associated with stratum A4, our Persian stratum, as indicated in various shades of green. Smaller amounts of slag have been assigned to stratum A5, indicated in orange, which date to the mid-7th through early 6th centuries BCE. We've also analyzed Dotan's excavations in Area A, which were never published. His excavation area is indicated in the lavender color. So you can see the vast majority, the vast area of this excavation area was excavated away by him. The shaded light lavender area indicates the Persian period remains removed by Dotan, and the darker lavender walls indicate stratum A4 walls removed by Dotan. The green walls are those that remain visible in the field and were documented or excavated by our team. Between 2010 and 2019, we excavated 4 hearths outlined on this plan. In black, you can see them over here in the lower right-hand corner, then a little bit to the west, another hearth, and two hearths in the lower left-hand corner of the plan. Light green circles mark slag concentration. So it's very evident that the greatest concentration of slag were found in very close proximity to the hearths. The light orange triangles indicate 2 years or 2-year fragments. Large concentration of iron hammer scales were also recovered in and around the hearths. The most intriguing discovery has been most intriguing discovery of cultic activity in association with ironsmithing is this standing stone. These features, its features include a standing stone or a matzeba with basalt pavers that you can see between the standing stone and the meter stick, forming a floor. One of the basalt stones has a small carved channel. This particular phase of use of the standing stone dates to stratum A4A, the latest phase, which we date to the late 5th through 4th centuries BCE. Here you can see our, let's just move the faces over here that I have on my screen. In close proximity, you can see the standing stone located on the far right here. And if you look at the top, towards the top of the screen, you can see a circle that with diagonal lines. This is a small pit which contained the burnt remains of a lamb, which maybe possibly suggest a sacrifice. Remnants of additional paving stones were found west to the pit, the small pit. And perhaps the entire area was originally paved. However, as you can see, much of the area indicated in lavender was removed by Dotan. The standing stone was apparently in use for much of the Persian period, or maybe even earlier. We haven't excavated down to the base of the stone. Upon the removal of the stone pavement, we uncovered a hearth indicated here on this plan as installation 3202. And you can see the standing stone installation 3126, and slightly to the west, you can see installation 3202, the hearth. Though the excavations are not complete, it appears that the standing stone also relates to the use of this hearth, which we date to the 5th century or earlier. And you can see in the section, I've indicated a photograph on the bottom half of the standing stone. The hearth in the foreground, you can see this is actually the square line, and where the standing stone is located is the grid line. And we haven't excavated actually all the way to where the standing stone is located. But it appears that the standing stone continues down into the hearth. You can see the hearth in section, the orange areas are burnt mud brick or burnt soil. Standing stones or matzebot are a well-known phenomenon in the Eastern Mediterranean and ancient Near East spanning millennia. However, their use in Phoenician contexts, especially in relationship to workshops or industrial production, is far less frequent. The closest Phoenician comparison is the standing stone from Tel Barak that the excavators date to the 8th through 7th centuries BCE. Though, from what I understand, this was not found in an industrial context, and as context is not well understood, it suggests that standing stones were a component of Phoenician cultic ritual. Significant number of artifacts were also recovered in close proximity to the hearths. These include iron objects, especially arrowheads and weapons, as indicated by the light orange stars on this plan. This suggests that arrowheads were being manufactured at Tel Akko during the Persian period. Additionally, a significant number of figurines and figurine fragments were also documented in the ironsmith workshop area. Most notably, 2 complete monkey pendants or figurines indicated by the red diamonds on this plan were discovered next to or near hearth 3064. Evidence of ironsmithing hearths are rare in the archaeological evidence. As you can see from this photo, the hearth consists of a small pit filled with ash and other burnt debris, including mud brick material and vitrified soil. It's very easy to excavate through these hearths without realizing it. Due to our meticulous excavation and recovery techniques, we were able to identify 4 hearths in our excavation area. But you might ask the question, how did these small pits function as hearths? To better understand the Phoenician smithing process at Tel Akko, we conducted a series of experiments to reconstruct ironworking based on the archaeological evidence we excavate. I'm going to play a very short video which goes through the process. Whoops, I want to go to next, there we go. So as you can see from this video, it's very easy with our professional ironsmiths to actually operate this hearth. As previously noted, 2 monkey amulets figurines were discovered in close proximity to hearth 3064. Monkeys are well known in Egypt, where they are usually associated with the Egyptian god Thoth. In Phoenicia and on Cyprus, monkey figurines and amulets are mainly found in tombs or as votive offerings in sanctuaries. Our monkey figurines were found in the vicinity of the hearths and slags, hinting at a connection between metalworking and cult. But perhaps the most important artifact indicating a close relationship between Akko's iron industry and cult is a 5th century BCE Phoenician inscription or ostracon discovered in 1980 by Moshe Dotan's team. Though Dotan originally assigned the inscription to a structure he termed the Persian period temple that you can see on the screen, our reanalysis and excavation of the area determined that the pit where the 5th century ostracon was found cut through the so-called temple, which dates to the late iron, so our strata A6 to A5, the 9th through late 7th and early 6th centuries BCE. The inscription, as published by Dotan, and I think that this probably deserves some reanalysis, reads, "By order to the Guild of Metal Artisans, they shall give a valuable basin. To the overseer of the shrines, likewise they shall give betel cups, 10, and vessels with inlay, round ring stands, 25, and large pyxides, 70, and pots. 60, and decanters 60, and Smith's blown vessels 57, and small deep bowls 30. Inscription may describe temple offerings by a metal workers guild to a deity, providing additional evidence that ritual activities occurred alongside metalworking. As a result of our high-resolution excavation techniques at Tel Akko, the archaeological evidence from Area A clearly demonstrates the close connection between metalworking, in this case ironsmithing, and ritual or cult. Though this should not be surprising, as ritual was often closely intertwined with many activities in antiquity, the archaeological evidence is often missed or ambiguous. Though metalworking is frequently directly connected with temples, for example, at the late Cypriot 2/3 area at Kition and Cyprus, at Tel Akko, thus far, no physical evidence of a temple has been unearthed. Do these cultic objects represent ritual practices of individual smiths or more centralized temple-controlled cults? Hopefully, future excavations will provide additional insights into this relationship. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude and appreciation to our sponsors, faculty, and team members, and I thank all of you for your attention, and we invite you to visit us at Tel Akko in the future.
Thank you, Anne. And we have a question from Fanny, who asks, what material are the small monkey figurines or amulets made of?
Yeah, the one is glass, and the other one is a kind of a faience material.
And I also wanted to mention that you have standing stones in a temple, the temple of Mitzpeh Amin, dated to the Persian period, where you also have small metal figurines of animals as well. So that could be interesting.
That's very helpful. Yeah, I will write this down. I'm in our publication, I will bring in all my parallels, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. I really appreciate it. And maybe I'll contact you probably about it too.
Okay, so we will move on to our next speaker, and actually our last speaker, Manuel Alvarez Marti Aguilar. Professor Manuel Alvarez Marti Aguilar is a lecturer of ancient history at the University of Malaga. His research interests include the historical process of Tartessos and Phoenician Iberia, as well as the modern historiography of the ancient world. In recent years, he has been leading a line of research on the impact of historical earthquakes and tsunamis on the coastal communities of the Iberian Peninsula as the principal investigator of the projects Tsunami God, the tsunami in the cultural representations of the ancient world, Gadir, Gadez, and the Gulf of Cadiz as a case study, and also Tsuniber, earthquakes and tsunamis in the Iberian Peninsula, social responses in the longue durée. In this project, he has analyzed the symbolic keys to the perception of tsunamis in the ancient world, studied the apotropaic responses to this type of phenomenon, and reviewed the catalog of historical earthquakes and tsunamis in the Iberian Peninsula. Take it away.
Well, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I would like to start expressing my gratitude to Mayor for his kind invitation to participate in such an interesting workshop with such brilliant colleagues. As Giuseppe aptly said, it's a pleasure and a privilege for me to meet good old friends and hopefully new ones. In my presentation, I will address the possible meaning of a series of metal objects of not only Phoenician, but also Greek origin found in underwater, marine and fluvial contexts of the coasts of Huelva and Cadiz in Spain, which can be dated to between the 8th and the 6th centuries BC. I will contend that these objects could have been offered to the waters in rituals developed after the occurrence of a major marine flooding event, probably a tsunami, affecting the coasts of the Gulf of Cadiz in the 6th century BC. The main group of objects that I will deal with here is a set of Phoenician bronze figurines found off the coasts of Cadiz and Huelva. These artifacts form part of a Mediterranean group that has been individualized thanks to their homogeneity and common characteristics by Joaquino Falsone and also by Javier Jimenez Avila. They are bronze figurines representing male figures around 30 centimeters tall, wearing Egyptian costumes, shanty-type skirts, and Atef-type crowns, and striking different poses, including the smithing kind. In this group of 17 figurines, those found in Spain stand out. 3 from Huelva, 8 from Cadiz, and 2 whose exact provenance is unknown. Together with these specimens, the Mediterranean group includes pieces from Lebanon, Cyprus, Samos, and the one known, very famous as the Melcar of Sciacca in Sicily, in the Museum of Palermo. According to Jimenez Avila, these figurines would have been made between the 8th and 7th centuries BC, probably in workshops in Phoenicia, before being exported to the West. They should be considered as theomorphic votive offerings intended for display in temples rather than as cult figures, in his opinion. The 8 figurines from Cadiz, 2 of the 3 from Huelva, and the statuette from Palermo were found underwater, thus accounting for a very high proportion of the group as a whole. In fact, most of the finds in Spain come from underwater contexts. My interest lies in explaining why most of these objects have been found in the case of the Gulf of Cadiz in underwater contexts. I will begin by looking at the finds from Huelva. The proto-historic habitat of Huelva was located on a peninsula in the estuary of the formed by the mouths of the rivers Tinto and Odiel. Excavations in the city of Huelva have documented one of the oldest Phoenician settlements in the West, dating back to the 9th century BC. In 1923, a famous whole deposit of metal objects was discovered in the estuary of the river Odiel. The deposit, dating from the end of the late Bronze Age, includes almost 400 pieces, mainly weapons and ornaments. As to the different interpretation of this find, I would like to highlight that made by Marisa Ruiz Galvez, who considers it to be a votive ritual deposit of offerings to the waters. Returning to the Phoenician horizon of Huelva, the 2 bronze statuettes were found in the early 1970s by a fisherman on the coast of the estuary of the rivers Tinto and Odiel in the area called Barra de Huelva. The site of the find is not directly associated with an archaeological documented place of worship, although literary evidence suggests that there was an island in the area where Heracles, this is Melcar, was worshipped. These figurines have usually been considered as votive offerings to Melcar, the tutelary god of trade and navigation, cast into the waters by Phoenician sailors on their arrival in Huelva, as an act of gratitude for a successful voyage. Also from Huelva, and also from an underwater context, there is a bronze arm found in the early 1930s. It is a large piece that might have corresponded to a figure similar to the previous one, but with a height of about 1 meter. Everything seems to indicate that it was also found in the estuary of the River Obiel when it was dredged in the 1920s after the discovery of the deposit of arms and ornaments. In the case of Cadiz, up to 8 Phoenician bronze figurines have been found since the 1980s. The finds are concentrated in a very specific place, in the vicinity of the islet of Santi Petri. This is the area where, according to the ancient literary sources, the famous temple of Melkart Heracles, of which no structural remains have survived, was traditionally located. The circumstances of these finds are not clear at all, although it seems that they were discovered either by dredgers extracting sand in the area or by amateur divers. It warrants noting that in Cadiz and San Fernando, there are rumors about the existence of other similar pieces in the antiquities black market or in private collections. The underwater context in which these 8 figurines were found has been explained in 2 different ways. On the one hand, it has been suggested that the figurines came from a context that was formerly above sea level. They would have been votive offerings originally exhibited in the temple of Melkart Heracles before being subsequently deposited in a favisa in the sanctuary itself in an area that, with the passage of time, would have been submerged. On the other hand, it has been posited that the statuettes, as in the case of those from Huelva, may have been cast into the sea by seafarers on arrival at Gadir, as votive offerings of thanks to Melkart in the vicinity of his temple. The discovery of Phoenician bronzes from Santi Petri and Huelva can be related, in my opinion, to that also in an underwater context of 3 Corinthian type helmets in the estuaries of the rivers Guadalete, Guadalquivir, and Tinto Odiel. In view of its typology, the oldest Corinthian helmet found in the mouth of the river Guadalete in Cadiz has been dated to the 1st quarter of the 6th century BC. The second of these helmets, discovered in Sanlúcar de Barrameda, at the mouth of the river Guadalquivir, dates to the mid-6th century BC. The most recent specimen, dated to the 2nd half of the 6th century BC, was dredged up in the estuary of the river Odiel, near the site where the late Bronze Age hoard was found. These Greek helmets, found in underwater contexts in the Gulf of Cadiz, have not, to my knowledge, been appraised together with the Phoenician bronze statuettes found in the same area. In my opinion, the underwater context in which both the Phoenician figurines and these Greek helmets were found allows for appraising all these objects together, suggesting that they ended up in the sea owing directly or indirectly to the same cause. In recent years, there has been a growing accumulation of evidence in the scientific literature regarding the occurrence of an extreme wave event, possibly a tsunami, which affected the coasts of the Gulf of Cadiz in the middle of the 1st millennium BC. With regard to the archaeological evidence, the most explicit case was documented in the excavations of the site in Méndez Núñez Street, a very famous Phoenician research world, in the port area of the ancient settlement of Huelva. During the excavations carried out at the end of the 1990s, a small temple was discovered in which a level of intense destruction was documented, attributed by the excavators to the occurrence of an earthquake accompanied by a tsunami. The event was dated to the end of the 1st quarter of the 6th century BC. From the field of geology, in recent decades, evidence of one or more extreme wave events has been identified in the estuaries of the main rivers of the Gulf of Cadiz, precisely where the underwater finds of Phoenician figurines and Greek helmets have been documented. In the Tinto Odiel estuary, a breaching of the Punta Umbria speed barrier and a reorganization of the back barrier drainage system dated to around 2700 to 2400 coal BP have been documented. A similar episode of erosion and breaching of the Doñana speed barrier has been recorded in the estuary of the river Guadalquivir with the same chronology. In addition, a high energy deposit with tsunami-genic characteristics has been documented in the estuary with a chronology of 2600 to 2500 coal BP. A similar episode of erosion and breaching of the speed barrier of the river Guadalete has been described with the same chronology. All this evidence suggests that a catastrophic marine event struck the coast of the Gulf of Cadiz in around the 6th century BC. The magnitude of this event is supposed to have been equivalent to that generated by the Lisbon earthquake of 1755, which had devastating effects on the coastal communities of the Gulf of Cadiz, including Huelva and Cadiz. The 1755 tsunami generated a wave of religious reactions in these communities, leading to a tradition of miracles in which the waters were checked thanks to the intercession of the Virgin Mary. In turn, rituals were developed to commemorate these miracles, which have been celebrated annually since the 18th century. This is the case of the procession commemorating the miracle of the checking of the waters in Cadiz in 1755, in which the priest blesses the sea before the image of a crucifix. This is an image of the 2021 procession held last year. The extreme marine event in the Gulf of Cadiz in the 6th century BC seems to have been very intense and must have had catastrophic consequences. Therefore, my hypothesis is that it may have prompted equally and unique religious reactions in communities such as Huelva and Cadiz. In the case of Huelva, these reactions would have occurred in a place of fluid contact between indigenous people, Phoenician and Greeks, and where there are precedents for the ritual casting of metallic objects into the sea. The nature of the finds presented here differs from the case of the underwater finds from La Caleta, also in Cadiz, with ceramic assemblages with incense burners or libation jugs. In this case, they do seem to be offerings to the divinity made by seafarers when leaving or arriving in port. The finds in my study have similarity, but also differences, in my opinion, with those of the deposit of Chavez-Zion, with hundreds of figurines and ceramic vessels, which have been comprehensively studied and interpreted by our hosts as votive offerings cast into the sea as part of a long-established maritime cult. The underwater context of the discovery of the Phoenician bronze figurines and Greek helmets off the coast of the Gulf of Cadiz may be related to the catastrophic marine flooding that occurred in the 6th century BC, in my opinion. The intention of these offerings might have been to thank a certain divinity, Baal, probably Melkart, but it's impossible to determine it, for the salvation of the community from an event that must have been perceived as truly apocalyptic. They might also have been offering whose intention was to control and contain the sea. The catastrophe would have led to the extension of the biography of these objects, of these votive offerings, which now underwater actively might have served to protect the community from the threat posed by the sea. These ideas are inevitably speculative, given the circumstances and characteristics of the finds. Nevertheless, I believe that they deserve to be explored. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Manuel, for this really interesting talk. And let's open this up for discussion and questions from anyone. I actually have a question. So you've mentioned La Cleta, and what's interesting there, apart from the fact that the figurines are made of pottery, they're also not similar to what you presented. So they're more of a hybrid, I think, hybrid culture. They're not purely Phoenician, sort of showing some Egyptian influences and maybe some local influences. So do you think that the deities worshipped were also different? Because it's interesting that a certain god would be associated with only with tsunamis or earthquakes, and another deity or different deities are more generally associated with maritime activities or something like that?
Well, thank you for such an interesting question. Well, the area of La Caleta is related to the places where the temples of Astarte and Baal Ammon were supposed to be. So in this case, very hypothetically, we could think of offerings to these deities, or probably, as had been proposed, more to even Astarte. And the characteristics of the findings allowed to think that they were part of a cult that were developed through a more extended period of time, because of the ceramic assemblages tells that. Whereas the finds of Huelva and Santipetri are more specific, more, in my opinion, concentrated chronologically, obviously orientated and or making the main role to a Baalic deity.
Yeah, so I actually explored a similar idea with the Shevet Zion figurines, not so much of a tsunami, but I figured out maybe it could be related to you know, the changes that we do see in maritime aspects in the region, like at Akko, for instance, the old harbor, the Iron Age Persian probably harbor that existed likely near the mound stops being used. And then they only in the Hellenistic period, they build the old city harbor. So I was thinking maybe this could be some sort of a connection of why these figurines appear during the Persian period. But I discussed this with geologists, and they said this is such a long process that it cannot be something of a single generation, as opposed to your explanation of a sudden and cataclysmic event and the responses to it. So that's very interesting.
Thank you.
I have more questions. Ayelet? You are muted.
Sorry. So I'm saying thank you very much. This was fascinating. And my question, as usual, regards chronology. First of all, if I remember correctly, the Riyadh Huelva Road has carbon-14 dates in the 10th century or something very early.
Something, yeah.
So this is one question. So I'm actually asking about the correlation of all these phenomena. So the second question is the ability to date those events, because again, if they're dated by radiometric dating, then we are in the Hallstatt Plateau, and there's a very wide range, as you've shown. So my question is, why 6, not 7s, or not 5ths? And another question relating to that is, can those figurines be dated typologically? So can you actually correlate the figurines with the tsunamis, with the Riyadh Huelva horde?
Okay, well, the Huelva horde, it will be like a precedent, which could be, that's another question for another paper, but there has been identified tsunami-genic deposits in the Wadi al-Kibir mouth in late Bronze Age with finer chronology than the one that we are going to discuss now. But it will be another question. But it's a precedent of a tradition of casting maybe boating offerings into the sea. Then, about the chronology of these extreme wave events, really is a chronological issue, yeah, because the brackets are very wide. The chronology in the 6th century comes because of the archaeological excavations in Mendet Núñez Street site. The issue is that the finds of this excavation, as you probably know, are not being published thoroughly. Just a couple, just one paper, and hopefully in the future will be published better. But the chronology that the excavator, the former director of the Museum of Huelva, Manuel Osuna, and collaborators, are the first quarter of the 6th century, and they suggest that it was clearly an earthquake and marine flood, probably a tsunami, and that's the chronological mark that I use. About the figurines, what Javier Jiménez Ávila, and also working on the works of Joaquino Falsone, typologically is a very wide bracket also, 7th centuries BC. My opinion, also trading on his work, is in case these figurines were votive offerings that were displayed in for example, in the Temple of Melkart, after the occurrence of such a catastrophic event, they could have been cast into the sea in the 6th century or after the occurrence, just before the occurrence of the event, or probably later.
Thank you. I will just mention why I would actually very much like to see an earlier date for all this, is that our colleague at Haifa, Tzila Eshel, who's a new staff member at our department, has shown that when studying silver hoards found in the Levant, she sees a very drastic difference between the 9th and 8th century, where all the silver sampled comes from Iberia, from Rio Tinto mines and elsewhere. And then at a certain point towards the late 7th century BC, all the Iberian silver vanishes, and what we're getting is Greek silver again after the late Bronze Age. So we were asking ourselves what the reason for this shift is. So you can look for reasons in the Levant, and you can look for reasons in Iberia. So it would be very nice to link, to be able to say that something happens in Iberia in the 7th century, and this is why, silver stops coming from there, and we get all this Greek silver.
Well, it's such an interesting point. I would like to also add about chronology, is that there is an issue that I think is obvious. The science about tsunami deposit has been developed, it's very, very modern. It's been developed just after the occurrence of the catastrophes of 2004 in the Indian Ocean, and after 2011 in Japan. And that's where the geoscientists could go to these places and study tsunami deposits unaltered. So I'm sure that archaeologists have been digging in the past tsunami deposits without knowing they were that, or maybe getting them confused as fluvial flooding. So there is a field of research, I think, in studying all excavations and searching for maybe this kind of deposits that have not been taken into account. And in terms of chronology, I think that archaeology has a lot to say and help to define the exact moment of where these events happen, whereas the geologists, due to the issues in chronology of radiocarbon in that area, in that centuries, in the middle of the first millennium BC, as you well know, at least in Iberia, are not capable of adjust the dates so much.
Yes. Thank you.
Maria?
Well, I have two questions, one for Anne and one for Manolo. Shall I begin with Manolo and then, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Oh, well, in my case.
Well, Manolo, I was wondering if you think that the position of these metal objects could be related with the powerful meaning of the material itself, no? Because it seems that there's a selection of metal objects rather than pottery objects, no? Because as you mentioned, the ones from La Caleta are not clearly related to a tsunami event. So do you think that there's some relation between these depositions and the material and the metal? Do you see?
Well, it's a difficult question. I don't know, but maybe could be viewed in a different way. They cast into the sea very important things that in the first place that have been made in metal because they were very important in the first place. Like the main, let's say, more luxury kind of offerings to the gods. And then they cast them into the sea because at that time they think that they can have a function, maybe not of the metal, I don't know, but surely because of the function of the agency of the object that they think that could have in that occasion. But that's an interesting question, and I will take that into account for my research here.
Okay, thank you. And the question for Anne is, I've been recently interested in researching about music and working environments in the whole Mediterranean. And I was wondering if in your area, have you found some potential musical instruments related to metallurgical activity? Because if I remember correctly, in Sarepta, I think, no, that preacher in the pottery area identifies clay rattles, no, and related to perhaps the boring activity of making clay. So I was wondering if you have some possible instruments.
That's a great question, and I think so often we find what we look for in the archaeological excavations. So this is something that as we're going through the materials, I will certainly give that some thought, because I think it would make a lot of sense. There would be some sort of rhythm, and as you said, in Africa, lots of times the smelting was accompanied by rhythm. So it's a really, really interesting question, which I'll definitely think about.
Okay, thanks.
In the context of music, I was actually thinking, or it came to mind, the quote by Plutarch, who says that at the Tophet sites, they would play very loud music in order to drown the mourning of the parents. So this could also be something related to funerary practices or something like that.
And the screaming of the children.
Yeah, that also makes sense.
Regarding the figurines, maybe I missed something, but what material are they made of? They are bronze, all of them? Or?
Bronze.
Yes. Interesting.
Carolina?
Yeah, about the materials, just to say, and going along with Fanny and I were presenting that, for instance, the bronze arm, Manolo, that you showed for a larger statue, it would be very easy if we think about wood to think that that would have been attached. It's the kind of thing that would have been part of a larger statue made of wood, which maybe is dressed, and you only need to show the bronze for the arms. You know what I mean? Like especially for larger sculpture that is hard to make in metals. But that just made me wonder how other materials could have been also used for deposits, though, like wooden statuettes. Though what Mireia is saying is true, what Manolo is saying, also people would differentiate, obviously, that ones are more valuable than the others and more permanent to as a votive that is going to stay there and intercede for you or whatever. Anyway, but can I ask a quick question to Anne, very specific? Like, have you, like, for this, what seems like a very small scale, smithing or metal smithing, as you were showing, like what kind of, I don't know if I missed this, like what, do you have any ideas about what kind of artifacts could have been made in iron of that scale? Like, could they be even tools, like little tools for even used for the ritual context, or do you have any ideas?
Well, the area looks small, but when I had the archaeometallurgists come out, they were speechless by the amount of slag and from such a small area. And keep in mind that we've only excavated a small part of it. They said it's unprecedented anywhere that they know in the world, and it's certainly in our region. We have a lot of arrowheads. I briefly showed a plan where we had the distribution of some of the artifacts, and the most common artifact, iron artifact we found in that area were weapons, mainly arrowheads. So my kind of working hypothesis is that this was related to the production of weapons, particularly arrowheads for the Persian army, which we know during at least part of the Persian period was stationed at Akko. So I think it was probably connected with the Persian Empire.
I have a question to Manuel, and I apologize in advance if it's a silly one, because perhaps I didn't get it right. So a tsunami deposit, is it a natural phenomenon?
Yes, it's a natural phenomenon, yeah. Marine flooding triggered by not only, but usually by a seismic event, by an earthquake, yeah.
So according to this reconstruction, these metal objects simply got there by the waves of the tsunami?
No. If I don't understand, well, it will have been cast, but by the population, by the Phoenician in this case, as a reaction, as a religious kind of reaction in a ritual, developed to try to appease the sea or to try to avoid the repetition of such an event.
And couldn't it be just by a flood, drift to the shore, and we can't find things other than metal, because metal is heavy enough and just sunk where it was.
Well, as a matter of fact, yeah. Sorry, please.
No, just a stupid idea, but.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the findings of La Caleta, Antonio Saez and Gerard Milena, they are taken into account different options to explain these underwater finds, and could be artifacts that were above sea level in the originally, and then that maybe some floodings have taken these materials under the sea, or part of some marine floodings has moved these materials from one side to the other. It could be, but in the concentration of the place where these objects have been found, in the case of the islet of Santi Petri, in my opinion, is quite specific and unique. And in the case of Huelva as well. Also the case of the helmet. So although it's very hypothetically,
So unless it was a workshop, then it must have been a votive deposit.
Yeah, well, that's more or less the one of the main interpretation that have been given to this subject, that they were above sea level in that part of Afabisa, part of Hort, and then as the whole of the temple have been gone underwater with the passage of time. Yeah, it has been posited. Yeah. But at that time, that no information, no good knowledge about the occurrence of extreme wave events in the Gulf of Cadiz were developed.
At this point, I'd just like to mention that we can open the discussion to any of our surviving panelists.
I would like to ask a question.
So please, Ayala.
So I have a question to Carolina and Fanny. If I got it right, what you claim is that, this concept of colorless pattern is, let's say, an invention of Phoenician craftsmen when and under Egyptian artistic influence. So my two question is when. So I mean, I assume that when you say Phoenician, you mean Lebanese, and when does it happen? And then the question is, do you have any corollaries, let's say, in the same period in Egypt, not in the, let's say, not in the New Kingdom, but in the third intermediate period? So I don't know what ivory is in third intermediate period, something else. So do you have anything in Egypt that is contemporary with the Phoenician invention, if I got it right?
It's been beautifully shown that the Tanite material, and the jewelry in the Tanite graves in Egypt have been beautifully paralleled with what we see in the coloring schemes in the ivories, if we dare to reconstruct the opulence. And actually there was an image in the slides of the Ahram sarcophagus. And there as well, in such an early date, you could see the feathers, I don't know whose slide that was, you could see the feathers being alternately colored. So this kind of opulence travels down through time. The wooden statuette that we showed was Ptolemaic, in fact. If you remember the Anubis statuette, painted statuette of Anubis standing with the arms. So that's Ptolemaic period. And you have the same like raised narrow outline, inlay, but painted in wood. So gold with red and blue opulent details, imitating inlay. And you find it on Cyprus, of course, because that's where we have this luck, according to what we suggest, that we have Phoenician wood preserved in Cypriot stone. So we use the opulent opulent details to kind of trace the Phoenician wood. That would be the point. And if you ask for the chronology, then you would have the Tanite burials in Egypt being contemporary with, for example, the Ahram and other materials that are early. And we can trace it all the way down, as we saw, until the Amarthus sarcophagus, which is early 5th century, and surely continuing down. So Carolina, would you like to add something, perhaps?
Yeah, no, just to add that the argument wasn't so much about whether it wasn't that the Phoenicians invented that, I don't know, the details about the chronology, but more to show that it's a characteristic of wood and ivory inlay work, more to give that dimension that we often miss because we're not thinking about what's not there. to give that dimension to the stone capitals that are often so central for the argument of chronology and all that. And in general, to understand more about the amount of wooden sculpture that we are missing, in religious landscapes. So it wasn't about Phoenician primacy, and by Phoenician, as we're using Phoenician in the kind of agreed upon general term, not reduced to Lebanon, but Phoenicians on Cyprus and Northern Israel. I mean, in the general term, I know you've written a lot about that. And
no, this is not on the spirit. Yeah, no, this doesn't relate to the spirit. No.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, does that answer more or less? Yeah.
Yes, I didn't know about the Tainite tombs, but I'll go and look them up. But I think that Norma Franklin actually suggested that the capitals were bases and not capitals, and above them there were wooden columns. So I don't know if it relates to your argument. I don't know if she's right.
They're so often represented topping something.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think Norma is here.
Norma, are you here? Okay.
I'm here.
So do you see a connection? Do you see a connection between the wood and?
First of all, you can't put a stone, if they're capitals, you cannot put a stone capital on a wooden column.
No,
so right. So, but we do have a chronological element going on here. I have a new paper that it'll be out by next November, so they tell me, where I've documented all of the known stone volutes. I call them stone volutes. I don't say that, that they are bases. Some are orthostats, and much later, some can be capitals, not necessarily structural capitals. And I think I've got to emphasize that. If you look at the Cypriot ones, they are exceedingly thin, and they are obviously not structural capitals. They wouldn't be able to support anything, even if you had stone building all the way up, which you don't. So each one has to be taken separately. It's the motif that matters, and not the function. And as I say, I've got a paper coming out on this, saying just this, basically. Forget the function for the moment. Look at the motif. That's the important thing.
Thank you. And that's great. And that's exactly what we thought we were doing. I mean, we call them capitals by convention, but they appear so many forms and figuratively, where they are not particularly functioning as architecturally.
I'm very stubborn. Yeah. I'm very stubborn, so I refuse to call them capitals.
I appreciate it.
And I like looking why buildings stand up. And as soon as you look to see how buildings stand up and building techniques, you know that the majority cannot be capitals. People built in mud brick, and you've got to look at the thickness in relation to the length and to the height and everything else. And, this is what I'm hoping that I've done with all of the examples. And if you ask me how many examples, I think I've got 50 something. I've forgotten already. I've moved on for the moment, but there's about 50. Freestanding ones, that is, not one. And in Lebanon, you've got some that are Hellenistic, which are carved. So we've got a whole from the 9th century through to at least the 5th and 4th century. It's difficult to date them, as you know. So anyway, thank you very much for that, because they're my pet. They're all of our pets. Thank you.
Thanks, Norma.
Okay.
There's actually a question from the audience from long ago. I'll just answer that. As far as I remember, we have a big problem with the religious religion of the early Achaemenids. For example, Cyrus the Great, we don't know which religion was named for him. Yes, that's very true, which is why I didn't really quote a lot of the scripture, the Zendavesta scriptures, and used a lot of contemporary sources, even though they're not Persian, like Herodotus. Herodotus operated in the 5th century, and this is why it's so important when he mentions certain practices. then we know that they were actually practiced during the Persian period, and they are therefore relevant to the discussion. Giuseppe, please go on.
Yeah, I have just a small question for Meir. If I remember well, you talked about some kind of connection between the Ashkelon Orthodox burials and the Tophet in the West. I would like to know something about it, because I think that the Tophet is a very, particular and also peculiar context. So it's very difficult to me to compare it with something like the burials of dogs and so on. The Tophet is a sanctuary. It's not a necropolis, it's a sanctuary. It's a sanctuary where children were almost surely sacrificed. So I think that the connection is, we must be cautious, to make this kind of connection. Can you explain something else about it, please?
No, I didn't mean that they're connected in any way. I just meant that we can make some sort of comparison to the fact that we are talking about something that has been offered or sacrificed, and then afterwards it was deposited in the ground. This is the way that I mentioned it. So this is why I think that the dog burial sites are not, funerary grounds or burial grounds, but actually are connected to a form of cult. And obviously the Tophets are a form of cult. I'm absolutely sure of it. So that's the only connection, that there are two cultic sites where, to call it, it's hard to say, to call children, the remains of children, material, but the materials of the ritual were deposited in the ground afterwards. Anyone else? Someone is raising their hands. Oh, it's okay. I actually have another question going back to Fabio. Is Fabio still with us?
Yes.
So I was wondering, do you have any idea about why during the Persian period we suddenly see an emergence of so many male figurines? Because we don't really see them in the Iron Age, very few of them in the Late Bronze Age, but then in the Persian period we have both the rider figurines that are supposed to be male, but also the seated male figurines, and of course all the figurines that are coming in with Western influences. So this is just something that I'm wondering about, if you have an idea.
That's a very huge question. It would deserve an entire workshop. It depends, because it depends if you still consider a female goddess, the pregnant woman, for instance. She continues to exist, and probably at least in the same quantity as the men. And then you should consider particular religions where you have a preeminent masculine deity, which is not only the case for Israel and Judah. And I mean, it's an interesting question, but I think that there are much more female divinities than what we tend to acknowledge, still circulating somewhere and somehow.
May I try to answer this as well from my Southern point of view? Well, it's kind of a funny way of evolution. Women came first, then came men, and then in the Hellenistic period, children joined them. And it's really interesting to see, I mean, generally speaking, of course. And we don't know why. We have no idea why specifically in terracotta figurines, in bronze figurines, those that Manuel has shown us, you have mostly male images. But when it comes to terracotta, women were, I think, women prevailed in the late Bronze and Iron Age, throughout the Levant. And I agree with Fabio, that deserves a whole session, separate session. Why is it so, and what does it mean? What does it tell us about society as a whole? And what does terracotta have to do with the image of female, as opposed to bronze, which is more associated with male in society, in ancient society, and think of the plasticity and flexibility of clay, and I don't know, but that's something which I think about quite a lot.
And of course, brings to mind our joint project on the Shevet Zion figurines, where we make the assumption that they could be representative of females, human females, and not so much deities. But they're not seated.
So, regardless of them being mortal or immortal, the very fact that these images prevail at a certain point in time and then not anymore. I mean, regardless of their role or meaning, I think it's interesting by itself. Yeah, maybe one day.
Anyone else? I think we're done. All right. Well, again, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the participants, all the panelists, and the people who stayed with us to this late hour. At least it's late here in Israel. I'm really hopeful that in the future we could have closer encounters, and if we're doing it virtually, maybe we could even incorporate, more Middle Eastern researchers, at least. So, without further ado, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Ciao, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from Ithaca.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.